Okay, we can go ahead and begin whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. And welcome, everybody. Um, Welcome to the Identities and Epistemic Injustice Conference. Thank you for joining us. My name is Anna Boncompagni. I am Assistant Professor at UCI Department of Philosophy. I'm one of the organizers of this event, together with Professor Annalisa Coliva, and with the precious help and assistance of PhD students Rena Goldstein and Rachel Cooper, who are going to moderate the sessions, and of Ryan Gurney, who from the UCI Humanities Center, who is taking care of all the technical aspects and the promotion of the event. So I just would like to thank them, and also to thank the sponsor that made this event possible, meaning the University of California Humanities Research Institute, UCI Humanities Center, UCI Department of Philosophy, the Center for Knowledge, Technology, and Society, and the Center for Critical Theory. And now, just before starting, I'd like to invite the Dean of the School of Humanities, Professor Terence Miller, and after him, Professor Duncan Pritchard, Director of the Center for Knowledge, Technology, and Society, to open the event. You have the floor, Dean Miller.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be able to welcome everyone to at least the virtual space of the UC Irvine School of Humanities for this two-day conference on identities and epistemic injustice. I want to acknowledge that the UC Irvine campus is located on the homelands of the Akche-Chemeng and Tongva peoples, who continue to claim their place and act as stewards of their ancestral lands as they have for the past 8,000 years. Your topic is a very timely topic, and from a local perspective as well, represents a deepening of UCI's philosophy department's multifaceted exploration of epistemology here in a particularly socially reflexive and socially critical mode. A wide range of issues will come under interrogation in the presentations that you'll hear in the next few days, ranging from who is trusted to give reliable testimony to the embedding of social bias or even violence and exclusion into the frameworks of knowledge, the translation of epistemic injustice into institutional practices and structures, and the effects of epistemic injustice as they play out in the lives of those unaccounted for, excluded, or rendered silent in our knowledge. While the disciplinary center of the conference is philosophy, I would guess particularly the work of in the field that followed Miranda Fricker's naming of the concept of epistemic injustice and its testimonial and hermeneutic dimensions. It clearly touches on many other areas of the humanities and social sciences, including political science, race and ethnic studies, gender studies, literary and media studies, and the broad interdisciplinary area of critical theory. And in fact, while Fricker's coinage is relatively recent, her book is from 2007, arguably there's a long line in the humanities and social sciences that at least tacitly engage the idea of socially distorted and negatively effective frameworks of knowledge, including theories of ideology, Frankfurt School critical theory from Adorno to Habermas, post-colonial theories, critical race theories, critical legal theory, feminist critical theories, and other instances and applications of a hermeneutics of suspicion towards the social formation and deformation of knowledge. And of course, there's also important empirical work in fields such as sociology, anthropology, and history, documenting the effects of knowledge frameworks and institutions on people. So then the conference creates a space where these critical resonances between perspectives and disciplines can also be experienced. Along with our UCI scholars, I want in particular to welcome our keynote speaker, Linda Alcoff, and our other participants from California and elsewhere in the US and the UK. I'll hand things over now to Duncan Pritchard from our Department of Philosophy, and also the Well, we're proud, the founding director of our recently instituted Center for Knowledge, Technology, and Society. Duncan.
Thank you, Tyrus D. Miller. So delighted to welcome you all here to this event. This is the first conference that our new Center for Knowledge, Technology, and Society is organizing. I commend Anna especially, but also Annalisa for putting together this incredible program. I'm just about old enough that I can talk about the history of the field without looking a bit too ridiculous anyway. I started doing epistemology in the mid-90s. And one of the good things about that is I've had a ringside seat to see some of the incredible changes that have taken place in our field. Back in the mid-90s, I'm sure many of you know this, some of you may not, we had what was called the virtue turn. So re-emergence of virtue epistemology, and this brought with it, some people call it now a social turn or a value turn. So a re-energizing of debates which were interdisciplinary, which were applied, which were socially orientated. And it completely transformed epistemology. Epistemology, if you go back, you don't have to go back that far actually, but go back even the early 90s and just have a look at what epistemology looked like then and how incredibly boring it was there. And now look at it, how it is today. And I think this conference represents makes very vivid the transformation in our field, the extent to which we have papers that are very interdisciplinary, connecting not just with areas of philosophy, but outside of philosophy, socially orientated and applied as well. And I think this is a very welcome development. And I think a conference like this is a wonderful way to showcase exactly what epistemology is today. And I hope you enjoyed this event. So with that, I'll pass you back over to Professor Boncompagni.
Thank you, Dean Miller. Thank you, Duncan. Yes, so just a few words about I mean, you already said something about the theme of the conference. I'd just like to add that this wants to be quite an interdisciplinary conference because the organizer and several speakers work in philosophy, but there are also scholars working in other areas such as African American thought, decolonial studies, English literary theory, gender and sexuality studies. So the aim is that of investigating these concepts, the concept of identity in connection with epistemic injustice, also expanding the range of the voices discussing these topics. So the aim is that of making this broader discussion matter in research on epistemic injustice. Now, before starting, just a few words about the logistics. So the event, as you know, lasts 2 days, and we have 3 talks in the morning, 3 talks in the afternoon in both days. And talks will be approximately 30 to 35 minutes, and they will be followed by 15, 20 minutes of Q&A, and then a 10 minutes break. So all talks will be followed by a break. The whole event, as you can see, is also live streamed on YouTube on the Humanities Center channel. Talks will be, unless speakers opt out, they will be recorded and made available on the conference website afterwards. And regarding the Q&A, if you'd like to ask a question, you will need to use the raise hand button on Zoom, or you can message the moderator in the chat. And you can see the moderators are Rachel Cooper and Rena Goldstein, depending on the session, and you can see their names in the participants. The chat is disabled except for messages that go to hosts and co-hosts. And yeah, I think this is it. I don't know if I covered everything from the technical point of view. Ryan?
That's good.
Okay, great. So just to conclude, I'm very happy that this is finally happening, even if in this virtual form. This event was originally scheduled for June 2020. Then, of course, we had to postpone it. We were hoping to postpone it only for of a few months, but then, of course, everything not only happened, but continued to happen. And so here we are. It's not in person as we hoped it could be. Nevertheless, I think we all learned that virtual events have their virtues, just like allowing for a wider participation of people from all over the world. And we have today around 80 participants already. So thank you again for being here, for joining us. Thank you for being so many. And I hope you will enjoy the event. I'm leaving it to the moderator of this session to introduce the first speaker. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I will introduce Austa. Austa is an Icelandic philosopher who is the professor of philosophy at San Francisco State University. She works mainly in metaphysics, feminist philosophy, and social philosophy, and on related topics in epistemology and philosophy of language. She is the author of Categories We Live By, the construction of sex, gender, race, and other social categories, and co-editor of the Oxford Handbook of Feminist Philosophy. And her talk today is titled Social Construction and Injustice.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm going to share my screen. Let me do that here. And I'm imagining that everyone can see this. Yes, okay. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for inviting me to participate. It's a pleasure to be part of this conference. I'm looking forward to hearing the various contributions, although for some I will have to listen to the recording because of the time difference. I'm on Icelandic time, which is 8 hours ahead of Pacific time. So I wanted to apologize in advance for not being able to attend many of the talks live. A lot of recent work in philosophy has focused on various sorts of injustice involved when people are socially constructed in some way. We can think of work on testimonial injustice that way, as well as work on silencing and discursive injustice. Some other forms of injustice are distinctly metaphysical and prevent you from acting and being. Most of the theoretical work has been devoted to how a person's belonging to a social group can be a source of harm or injustice. For example, how being taken to be a member of a group can block epistemic or discursive activity. The focus of this conference, on the other hand, is how not belonging to a social group can be a source of injustice or other harm. Sometimes we are betwixt and between, sometimes we refuse to belong, sometimes we are not intelligible at all. Examples from the announcement for our conference include children with parents of different races, second-generation immigrants, intersex and transgender individuals, and individuals with bisexual and pansexual orientation. We will hear from a lot of people over the next couple of days from different angles. I'm a philosopher who works on social categories, and what I will do is to offer you a way to think about social categories. With that picture of social categories in hand, we can identify multiple possible locations of injustice. I will also touch briefly on how we might argue that a certain phenomenon is a case of injustice. So this is a big picture sort of talk, where I focus on structural elements, possible locations for injustice, and structural features that can ground our claim that what we have is injustice. I hope it will be of value to some of you as you theorize specific cases. So here is an aim of talk, possible locations of injustice, and then possible grounds for claims. Here's an overview of what I hope to do today. Think of categories like women, men, and genderqueers, for example. What is it to belong to one of those? There's a tradition in philosophy and in the various cultures we're all part of, which has it that you are a woman, say, entirely because of something about you. There are features of you that make you a woman. A lot of feminist theory and philosophy has been focused on answering this question. For after all, we need to know who the women are if we are to end their oppression. And we get into trouble because each attempt at a definition runs into problems. We privilege one feature over another, and that is bad theoretically and politically and morally. Are you a woman because you're nurturing and caring? Are you a woman because you're perceived or imagined to have female reproductive organs? Are you a woman because you identify with a woman's social role or with feminine norms and take them as applying to you? There must be something about you that makes you a woman, darn it. So here is an idea. For the most part, it ain't about you. What do I mean? I mean that what makes you a woman or a man or genderqueer or what have you is mostly about other people. It is about other individual people to some extent, but mostly about the societal setting you find yourself in, with its values, norms, practices, and yes, material conditions. Those are the things that determine what it is possible for you to be, and other individuals and groups assign you roles. They are the foot soldiers who enforce the values of the social setting you find yourself in. We can cast what I'm suggesting in different ways. My preferred way is to say that gender and other social categories are deeply social. On this deeply social picture, you're a woman, not because of something about you, but because of something about other people and the society at large. It is their interests and values that place you in a category. You're a woman because other people care about features that they take you to have. And to be a woman is simply to have a certain social status in a context. The deeply social picture involves a reorientation of the sort I take Judy Butler to have been advocating since gender trouble, although the details will differ quite a lot. This picture is most notably contrasted with the post-Bovarian feminist picture, where sex categories are natural and gender categories are the social significance of sex. Gender on that picture is the way society values sex. You are of a certain gender because you have, or at least are taken to have, certain sex characteristics, and the society values those in particular ways. On that picture, you are of a certain gender because of something about you, your sex, or at least your perceived sex. But the meaning and consequences of that depend on the societal values. On the other hand, when we think of these categories as deeply social, then societal values dictate which features of individuals are important, and people get conferred onto them social statuses in accordance with that. Does it matter which picture we opt for? Yes, it does. It has an upshot for where we can try to locate potential injustices. If we work with the post-Bovarian picture, then we don't question the presumed fact of sex distinctions, but we advocate that society should value the sexes differently than they do, both institutionally and communally. Being female, for example, should not limit your educational opportunities or participation in public life. You should be able to drive, study engineering, and work outside the home. These are institutional statuses that come with being female. And we can also question the more informal, communal statuses. For example, and the accompanying gender norms for behavior and self-presentation. Those can be unjust. We have those two areas to locate injustice on this picture, in the institutional meaning of sex and in the communal meaning of sex. Once we have placed a wedge between sex and gender, that opens up the possibility of divorcing gender and sex altogether, theoretically. And in fact, throughout history, there have been people in various cultures who have had a different gender status than their perceived sex at birth. The theory should make sense of that, of course. I think it is possible to make sense of that on the post-Bovarian picture, but that isn't the focus of the talk today. So I will leave that for now. I'm just flagging it because a lot of people seem to think it is hard to make sense of the reality of being trans, for example, on that picture, but I think that is a mistake. I do, however, favor taking a more critical stance towards social categories. The deeply social picture, which I favor, opens up yet other ways of locating injustice. From this picture, society may value certain bodily features over others, and people get conferred statuses in accordance with that. We can question that those features are valued in the way that they are. We can question the content of the conferred roles that come with being taken to have those features, and we can question the associated norms for playing those roles well. This is not to say that there could not be a good justification for valuing certain features in certain contexts. In many contexts, there may be reasons to value capacity to bear children, for example, or being exceptionally tall, or good at programming. But what the deeply social picture offers us is the opportunity to ask, not only for the explanation for why something is valued, but also its justification. And in many contexts, the justification is missing or spurious. We'll get into more details regarding locations of possible injustice a bit later, but I mention it now so you see that it's worth entertaining the idea that what is social about social categories isn't shallow, it's deep. So the suggestion at the most basic level is this: it is a reorientation. There are a lot of nuances, qualifications, and complications, but the basic reorientation will remain. Ask not what about you makes you a woman, ask what about society does. Let us now fill in some details. In each and every context we travel, there are features that are socially salient in that context. Having those features, in fact, merely being taken to have those features, impacts how other people treat you. But it isn't just other people who do this. We do this too. In fact, we have to. We have to make sense of each other. We have to place each other to figure out how to relate to one another. I'm, of course, interested in this because the placement is often problematic. However, it needn't be, and we can't do without it. Placing each other in categories is a cognitive task, but is also infused with value, not only epistemic and instrumental value, but social value. How does this placement work? To each context we travel to, we bring a social map from other contexts we've been in. A social map has locations with roles attached to them and norms for playing those roles well. Think of a young woman and a young man having coffee on a college campus. Is it a date? What roles are there to play? How do we play these roles well? Or an encounter between an older man and a younger one at a bar. Is that a date? How do the parties to the encounter know how they should act? How do they play their roles well? On the picture on offer, the features that are salient in the context determine what roles there are to play, and these roles are deeply intersectional. What is it for a feature to be socially salient? It is for people to treat you differently than they otherwise would if they take you to have it. Think, for example, of the case where being blind is important. This is when people are treated differently if they're taken to be blind. How do I make the idea of being treated differently because one is taken to have some feature more precise? I say that a status is conferred onto the person who is taken to have the feature. This status is a feature in its own right and consists in constraints and enablements on the person's actions in the context. The framework for thinking about social categories is thus a two-tiered framework. What we have is we have a conferred status, and we have, in a particular context, let's think we are at the cocktail party or something like that. We walk up to a conversation, and it is the people in that conversation that confer status. And it's their perception, conscious or unconscious, that the person have what I call the base property for the conferral. So in contexts where, say, sex assignment matters, then people take you to have a certain sex assignment and they confer, say, a gender status onto you. This happens in each and every context that we travel. Let me see if there's here's a sort of a picture of a social map. Here's a context where there are two important features, M and W, and the permutations are 4. Either you have M or not, and either you have W or not. And so there are 4 different potential locations. And then there are norms associated with those locations for playing the role well. You can imagine M being male and W being white, but you can also imagine it being something else. Obviously, you could have 3 people in the context, so there's no one who is like both M and W, and you have these ones. Are there contexts where there's only one salient property? Yes, there are. Think of the various contexts where people are being admitted to some venue. You gain access because the bouncer takes you, for example, to have a ticket, or be cool, or be female. You're placed in a category that comes with admission. But a lot of contexts come with more than one salient feature. Think of a conversation at a departmental cocktail party, for example. There it is likely that your status in the department is a salient feature. Are you a professor? If so, are you tenured? Or perhaps you are an advanced graduate student or an undergraduate who has just crashed the party. Other features that may matter may be, for example, whether you are, this is philosophy departments, whether you're smart, whatever that is. And yes, race and gender and other things. Depending on where the conversation may take you, there may be other features that become salient. For example, when the new senior faculty wants to know where the gay bars are, they may turn to you if they think you're gay. So the complicated picture is this. In each context we travel, there are social maps operating with locations corresponding to available roles to play. These roles depend on which features are salient in the context and are fully intersectional. Here, there's only 2 salient features. You can imagine there being lots. And so each location is fully intersectional. But what determines which features are salient in the context? That is the values and interests of the participants. The general social values inform the underlying maps we bring with us to each context. They reflect societal hierarchies and values. In a society infused with racism and sexism and classism and various other things, the societal values will reflect that, and as will the social maps people bring to each encounter. Even if the participants are themselves, say, anti-racist, the social maps they bring to the encounter will reflect the values of the larger culture, inflected by the stance of the participants towards the larger societal values, and infused with their own values. On top of that, it's possible to make a feature salient, for example, by introducing a topic of conversation. We don't all bring the same social maps to our encounters, and sometimes there's a struggle over which map should be in operation. There can also be struggle over who gets to play each role or the content of each role. This is where we can locate various forms of injustice. See the next slide. Let us use the metaphor of the social map to identify potential locations for injustice. The social map is a map of possible locations to occupy in the context. The locations reflect what features are taken to be salient in the context, which partly reflects the valuation of various features in other contexts and the stance of the participants towards that valuation. The first thing to mention is the social salience of these features. It may be unjust that certain features are socially salient, at all in a particular context. For example, there can be contexts where ancestry or sex assignment should not be socially important, but it is. Secondly, the status. There may be an injustice involved in the status you get on account of being taken to have socially salient features. Remember that I think of the status as consisting in constraints on action as well as enablements. And this is where there's been quite a lot of theorizing about this sort of injustice in recent years. I have here in mind work on testimonial justice, silencing, discursive injustice, illocutionary disablement, ontic injustice, categorical injustice. What the injustice consists in can vary, but often it involves a discrepancy between what a person is entitled to or has a claim to morally or institutionally, for example, and what they're able to do given their placement in a role or category. Another case is where the presence of the feature does not merit the status. For example, when it is an outside status. Such a case involves a discrepancy between what the base property merits and what the status is. I have a different order here on my thing, so I'm going to go here, membership. It may be unjust who gets to play what role in the context. Here, the issue is not so much the presence of a certain status or its being out of proportion, but rather there may be disagreement over what should be the base property for the conferral of the status. This is the case in many gender contexts where people disagree over who should get to have a certain gender status in a context. For example, those of us who value transliberation want self-avowal to be the base property for the conferral of a gender status in a context, not, for example, sex assignment on a birth certificate. And the fourth one, norms. Then the norms for playing the role well may be unjust, and there could be struggle over them. For example, a lot of people may be happy being women, but not think that therefore they need to wear skirts and high heels or be submissive. There's a famous story of Elizabeth Anscombe, who nota bene was not famous for being a feminist. But upon entering a restaurant in Boston, Anscombe was told that ladies couldn't wear trousers in that establishment, and she just promptly dropped her pants. She apparently was famous for wearing pants, but she was not, in other ways, what we would recognize as a feminist. Now, let's talk about identity and the relationship between social categories and identity on this picture. The story I've offered about social categories makes social categories and social features be about other people and the social setting we find ourselves in. But what about our own sense of ourselves? Where does that fit in? I think of our subjective identity as consisting in the features of us that we identify with, be they social features or other features. For me to identify with a feature means that it plays a role in my deliberations and action. Not all features that we identify with are socially salient in the context we travel. Your objective social identity is a location on a social map that you occupy stably. Your subjective social identity is a location on a social map that you identify with. There can be a mismatch between them. And you can also identify with features that are not socially significant in a context you find yourself in. This is vitally important when theorizing injustice, oppression, and alienation involved in social construction. Now, let's turn to the interstitial. So I've provided you a sketch of a picture of social categories. There are some more details, and in the book that was mentioned, there's some detail if you're interested, but it's now time to turn to the sort of injustices that are the theme of the conference. How do we theorize the sort of injustice involved when a person does not neatly belong to a category? Initial examples include children with parents of different races, second-generation immigrants, intersex and transgender individuals, and individuals with bisexual and pansexual orientation. Let us first focus on the gender example. On the sort of framework I offer, we don't have fixed categories in all contexts, men and women, for example, but they are fluid and context dependent. Of course, it may seem to us that the categories are fixed, but that is because many of us travel from context to context where a similar social map is operating. But we only need to travel to another country or another part of town to be reminded of the context dependency of the statuses we have. In any case, given the context dependency of the social categories, I focus my analysis on a particular context and what could go awry in that context. Another layer of analysis then allows us to attend to patterns across various contexts, but let us leave that for now. There are three kinds of cases, I think. There are norms cases. Here's the cases. Norms cases, membership cases, and invisibility. And if you think I haven't captured everything here, then I would be interested. So the norm cases, in the first sort of case, there's an attempt to confer a status on a person and enforce associated norms in a way that does not fit at all well. This happens to people who defy gender norms, but are otherwise happy with their gender assignment. Think of a person who is happy with the role of a woman, but resists the associated norms, just like Elizabeth Anscombe. In the context she's in, she might, for example, dress in a way that is considered masculine by her culture and suffer abuse and harassment in certain contexts. There are lots of stories of this, of course. The second kind is membership cases. So, this sort of case involves when a person is not just unhappy with the associated norms of a role, but the assignment of the role itself does not fit. This is the case, for example, when there's an attempt to confer a gender on you that doesn't fit. There are two versions of that. In one case, another gender assignment is a better fit. In the other case, there is no available gender assignment that fits in the context. I want to flag here that we do not need to assume a realist conception of gender or gender identity to make sense of the locution of fitting. For example, a Herderian expressivist conception could make sense of that. Also, because we're working with a context-dependent notion of social categories, we give a story of how the lack of fit could have come about, since the person has traveled in other contexts before, and some of them have allowed for a social position that was perhaps a better fit. And the third sort of case is the invisibility case. This sort of case is where people are not recognized as fitting into any available roles. This happens to some genderqueer people where they are just not intelligible at all in a particular context. This is not a case where there's an attempt to confer an ill-fitting status on you, but rather people just ignore it. It is as if you're not there. And worse, sometimes you're forced out of the context. There are, of course, also some contexts now where being genderqueer has become one of the available roles to play. It has become its own gender role in some contexts, but those contexts are less about the problem of the interstitial, but one of the possible solutions. Let's look at some of the other examples. What about being intersex? I think of the intersex categories we live with as conferred categories, where there's an attempt to track the presence of various physical features. Sex categories are really institutional status on this view. Having physical characteristics that are untypical or atypical for males and females poses the problem that in jurisdictions where only two statuses are allowed, female and male, neither assignment is a good fit. What has happened until recently is that people have been forced into one or the other of these categories, and surgery is performed on people's bodies to let it look from the outside as if one or the other one of those categories fit. As I see it, sex categories are shorthands. Most people fit squarely into either the female or male category, irrespective of the criteria used for categorizing, functioning genitalia, chromosomes, or hormonal levels. But a significant number does not fit neatly into that, as 1 to 2%. Assigning an ill-fitting sex status to such an individual lines up with the membership cases above. So if we think of that as the membership case, consider now the case of children with parents of different racial statuses. Those children can find themselves in contexts where there's an attempt to confer a racial status on them that doesn't sit right. They might identify with both parents, but the control of the racial status will not honor that. There's an important aspect of the child that's invisible. Affective ties and self-conception is not represented, even unintelligible. Here we have again a membership case where there's an attempt to confer a race status on the child that doesn't sit right. Likewise, for second-generation immigrants, there can be features of themselves or their heritage that are invisible in the context they travel. In both of these cases, a person might identify with a feature that isn't socially significant in a context, or identify with a role that isn't available to them. In dualistic context, where there are only two options, being betwixt and between isn't socially possible, even though that may be the best effective fit, and people are thrown into one or the other categories. The bisexual or pansexual woman may, for example, be treated as a lesbian when she is with a woman, but as straight when she's with a man. A significant part of her affective and erotic life is invisible, even repressed, when she's forced into a status in a context that does not come true to her. And this brings us to the question, what makes any of the things I've pointed to unjust? There will be people at this conference who will add more flesh to the bones of those claims and perhaps offer different accounts of what makes these things unjust or other things. And obviously, there can be harms that we might want to theorize differently than as an injustice. Many of the cases that have been discussed in the literature, such as testimonial injustice, silencing, discursive injustice, illocutionary disablement, ontic injustice, and categorical injustice, they have a certain structure where there is a mismatch between what a person is entitled to or has a claim to and what they are able to do, given how they're socially constructed. For such cases, the claim of injustice is grounded in the mismatch and the nature of the entitlement in question. Is that structural feature present in the interstitial cases? The interstitial cases certainly involve a mismatch. And if we can identify something equivalent to an entitlement, then we have the beginning of a theory of those injustices that align with the other cases. One type involves a mismatch between how you identify and how you're cast. For example, when you identify with a location on the social map that you do not get to occupy, or when you do not identify with a location you get cast in. The other type involves a mismatch between the features you identify with and the features that are socially salient. The social spaces you travel in do not reflect the importance of that feature to you. The question in each case is whether we can locate an entitlement or claim to show that what we have here is a case of injustice, as opposed to say bad luck. So showing that the cases we're interested in share these structural features that involve a mismatch and an entitlement, for example, entitlement to bodily integrity or to dignity, is one way to argue that we have cases of injustice. But there may be other ways to argue that we have cases of injustice, and that brings us to the point I made at the beginning. If we assume that sex distinctions are given to us value-free, we can still ask questions about their implications. Why should what genitals you have have any implication for whether you could get a license to drive or be able to own property. The genitals will not be doing the driving. If we take seriously that social categories are deeply social and reflect societal values and interests, we can start interrogating those values, the very categories we live with, and their reach. Why are particular features socially important at all in a context? We can ask about why we live with hierarchies of gender and race, for example. Those interests, whose interests do they serve? And then we can see that the solution to the various harms and injustice, the interstitial phases, is not only to add more categories into the mix, though that could be helpful, but to limit the reach of those we already have. Thank you.
Thank you, Asta. So now I would like to ask you to put your name in the chat or use the raise hand function if you'd like to ask a question.
Erica, you have a question. Do you want to?
Yeah. Hi. Sorry, I couldn't figure out where to find my raise hand function. I'm not sure if others are having that problem as well. I've done it before, but somehow I can't recall. So I'm really interested in this question you got to at the end about what makes interstitiality and injustice, right? Because there's so many gaps. I'm in Texas right now. I'm not from Texas. Someone assumes I'm a Texan. You know, they're miscategorizing me, but that's not an injustice, even though it may very well shape how we then thereby interact. And you are suggesting, you know, and I have my own ideas about this in the paper I'll give later on. I'm not going to talk about that now. But one thing I thought was interesting is you're suggesting it's a mismatch between that there's this contemporaneous mismatch. But at least when I read Fricker, I hear it as not just like, how does this mismatch function now and what are the harms, but also what's the history of why we have this mismatch today? And do we have our categories right now structured in certain ways that have gaps or make assumptions or have certain norms because they have served to repress that group and maintain power for certain groups in the past? So I wonder if you painted a picture whereby the injustice was this contemporaneous moment. I wonder if you think it can really just be analyzed contemporaneously, or if we have to, or at least sometimes benefit from looking at the history of where these gaps came from as well.
Absolutely. I think that absolutely that would be helpful. I mean, it can get very slippery. And so what I'm suggesting is, okay, here's one way to nail it. You know, if you have this structural feature, that's an injustice, right? How would you formulate the other kind, right? So it's not just a case of bad luck, right?
Right. So sorry, you said if it has a structural feature, then it is an injustice. So does that mean you think any mismatch is an injustice? Because I thought you were not.
If you have a mismatch and then the entitlement, right?
Yes, gotcha. So if there is an entitlement to something and then you don't, yeah. All right. I see Naomi has her hand, and so I.
So actually, Mary Grover has a question. Okay. She's next on the queue. They're next on the queue. There you go.
You're muted.
How's that? Sorry.
Yeah.
First, I want to thank you for the genitals will be not be doing the driving. Thank you for that. And second, I wonder if having a narrative about your lived experience is a salient feature. Would you think of it as that? Or if you want to just talk about the role of self-narration in your model. having a narrative about your own lived experience, can that be a salient feature in a category? So I have this story about myself as a woman. Is that a salient feature? Or just more generally, what is the role of self-narration in your model?
There can be contexts where the way people make sense of themselves is a salient feature. So that's totally open, and that's going to be an empirical question. So there are some cases where you can do the conferring yourself, and most of the time it's actually other people doing the conferring. And whether a certain feature of you is salient or not is most of the time up to the other people in the room. But, you know, for instance, nowadays we are interested in which of the sex gender categories that are available right now people, you know, are least unhappy about being part of, right? So when, for instance, we want to use pronouns, we are sort of interested in, okay, which one do you want to pick? I personally think all of them suck, but so now we're interested in that aspect of, but that could be a salient feature, how you identify or yourself allow.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think I'm answering your question.
Naomi.
You can email.
Yeah, I guess this actually counts as, pretty much as a follow-up. Thinking specifically of cases of invisibility, but also sort of membership. Say more about how on a confer list account you make sense of somebody who is failing to have conferred on them the identity, that is, that when they're rendered invisible, but you seem to be saying nonetheless they are intersex or pan or bisexual or genderqueer or mixed race or whatever. Is that referring to a possibly hypothetical and unrecognized context of conferral, or does there need to be some community, however small, in which the proper status is conferred on them, or is self-conferral enough? So you seem to be locating a certain kind of injustice in the failure to have an appropriate or perhaps any conferred status, but how on a confer list account do you make sense of that?
Yeah, thank you. So I think in order to make the claim that, you know, the features that you identify with, the fact that they are not socially salient in the context you travel, that's a case of injustice. We need to, well, what I was suggesting is that we need to show an entitlement, and we need to show this discrepancy, right? And I think there are resources there. I think you're worried about the confer list and whether you can make sense of if there are no contexts in which, say, your bisexuality is recognized. Now, there we can talk about the social status of being bisexual, that is, having a certain social status where people are treat you in a certain way, expect certain things of your behavior, etc., versus a thinner notion where you are, say, attracted to people of maybe different sexes and different genders. And so I think we can make sense of how the sort of these features of you, that you are attracted to people of, say, different genders and different sexes. I think people, how to make sense of that is some people, anyway. Those are features of you that are not, don't get to have social significance. And I think you can be working towards creating contexts. With every context, new context, you're trying to create context where that's a role you can play. Just like when we want people to be able to have a gender status that better fits them, we are hoping and working towards creating contexts where we care about how people identify and what gender status they want. So we're hoping to create, as we go forward in the future, those contexts. Is that answering your question?
It's certainly opening up the conversation. I mean, it's not just a question, will you please clear this up, but can we all get better at thinking about these things?
Yeah. And I think this sort of the mismatch and entitlement, I mean, I think that might be too narrow, but that's one thing you can say, right? And there could be other things you bring to bear to talk about how a certain kind of interstitial invisibility, for instance, what is unjust about it. But you might think I sort of gestures towards bodily integrity, dignity, and I think there might be resources there to make sense of the injustice in those invisibility cases.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I think we have to take a break now. There was one more question in the queue. Maybe Katrina Haxma can message Asta directly. I'm not sure. But take a 15-minute break now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We're going to begin now. The next talk will be from Nigel Hatton. Nigel Hatton is an associate professor of literature and philosophy at the University of California, Merced, and a lecturer in the narrative medicine program at Columbia University. His published work includes articles on the intersections of human rights and literature and the moral thinking of Soren Kierkegaard, Martin Luther King Jr., James Baldwin, Roberto Fernandez Redamar, Yvonne Klima, and others. Sculpting a Human Being, James Baldwin, Giovanni's Room, and the Police in Denmark was recently published in the James Baldwin Review. And Post-Homeric Odysseys, Reimagining the Fictional Space Between Human Rights Advocates and the Poor, Dehumanized and Uprooted, appeared in a special edition of a German publication, Literature in Wissenschaft und Unterricht. He is a co-editor of the Critical Refugee Studies book series, a consulting managing editor of the Journal of Transnational American Studies, and an editorial board member of the Monrovian Journal of Literature and Film, a former senior guest researcher at the Kierkegaard Research Center in Copenhagen, Denmark, and the Kierkegaard Library at St. Olaf College. His current work and book projects focus on Kierkegaard, existentialism, and transatlantic slavery. The title of his talk is Narratability and the Defense of Interior Life in Toni Morrison's Fictive Moral Philosophy. Here you go, Nigel.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the privilege and the honor to be here and to be a part of this important conference. When I received the invitation to participate in the Identities and Epistemic Injustice conference, I was both appreciative and terrified, while I welcomed the opportunity to engage with and learn from others on the topic of epistemic injustice and hermeneutical violence. I also knew that I would begin to need to locate myself. So in structuring this presentation, I'd like to begin by locating myself and thinking about my impetus for being here today, and then think about my methodological location, and then eventually turn to the novel before returning back to where I began. I want to show some slides while I talk, and I'll put this on share the screen. Yes. Great. So I'm based in what is the Literatures, Languages, and Cultures Department at the University of California, Merced, where I primarily teach courses on literature and philosophy and human rights in literature. The campus, which opened in 2005, is the 10th and newest campus in the University of California system, situated about 75 miles from Yosemite National Park, 2 hours from San Francisco on the coast in California's Central Valley. In rewriting the campus's diversity statement, I did ask administrators to note that local indigenous people, including the Yokuts and Miwok, who understood the earth as a place for everyone, first inhabited the land where UC Merced is located. The university regularly positions itself as a beacon in the valley, bringing economic transformation, prosperity, and upward social mobility to graduates who sometimes come from socioeconomically challenging backgrounds. Part of the campus, before they could design and build new buildings, arose on a former military base. In fact, the military base that once was home to B-52 bombers that flew missions over Southeast Asia in the 60s. The base closed, the land divided between a small airport, offices for a Google-affiliated company specializing in autonomous driving cars, UC Merced faculty, laboratories, and also a federal prison. The federal prison next to faculty labs and an airport forms an archipelago of prisons in the Central Valley, surrounding the campus for a 30-minute drive in any direction. what by many metrics is the largest women's prison in the world. Central California Women's Facility is located 30 miles from the campus. In the image on the screen, you can see our brand new campus, many of the buildings we've never stepped foot in because of the pandemic. And then the Central California Women's Facility, which is a short distance away. They're surrounded by agricultural fields, sites of labor exploitation and human rights abuses of every kind toward human beings working there and their families. I am suggesting that the 30 minutes from the new university, something philosophers refer to as aesthetically and an intellectually beautiful thing, right? And that and are the epicenters of a kind of epistemic injustice. The Sentencing Project points out that between 1980 and 2019, the number of incarcerated women increased by more than 700%, rising from a total of 26,000 in 1980 to more than 200,000 in 2019. Central California Women's Facility, opened in 1990, has participated enthusiastically in this rise. It should also be noted that many of the human beings incarcerated in the women's prison are there serving unbelievably long sentences that, in my research of other democracies or nations we imagine ourselves comparable to, no one from those countries who committed a similar crime would ever have seen the inside of a cell or human cage. Legal scholars, historians, politicians, conservative economists, and abolitionists alike agree on the inhumanity and the unnecessary nature of California's and the United States prison industrial complex. The pandemic that has us isolated and meeting by Zoom has further exposed this injustice. In January 2020, the women's prison I speak of nearby the campus had a population of 2,800. By September 2020, the population had decreased to fewer than 2,000. The release and transfer of human beings prompted by the pandemic suggests that many living in those human cages should not have been there in the first place. A student, this slide is a student paper for a class I taught at the women's prison years ago. And in there, the student is telling of the literal witnessing of the removal or taking away of knowledge as she exists inside of this place. The existence of this women's prison is barricaded by a fundamental silence in the Central Valley. Indeed, I work and live nearby the prison. I have taught there, in both the university and the prison, but I've only heard about it discussed as a place of terror nationally and globally. Once in a law school presentation at Harvard, another time in a literary discussion in Oslo, Norway. Rachel Kushner's 2018 novel, The Mars Room, fictionalizes the prison, expanding on a short story she first wrote in The New Yorker. The novel has been translated into Norwegian, Spanish, and German, where editors chose to keep Kushner's original title for the manuscript, Ich bin eine Schicksal, taken from the pages of Nietzsche's Ecce Homo. I wonder why the US American editors set Nietzsche aside and decided upon The Mars Room for the English, as in a place so foreign and distant that it is as if it is Mars. And yet, this is where I locate myself. And I locate myself here because not to do so and then to make claims about ethics, epistemology, and injustice would be disingenuous. Two, I am struck by the immediacy of the topic of this international conference. I want to suggest that those 30 minutes between the beautiful university in Merced and the women's prison in Chowchilla represent the perilous distance that can be created by epistemic injustice and hermeneutical violence. And on the screen, just the kinds of headlines that come out of this place at a regular interval, reporting on what is taking place inside and reports that seemingly appear and aren't joined by what imagine one would be the requisite action and response. A second location I want to suggest before I make my way to Morrison and her novel, A Mercy, is between literature and philosophy. I am here as someone who works in a literature department and who values and needs philosophy in order to understand literature. And I understand this relation as one that is neither comfortably or singularly placed in one and the other discipline, and not merely focused on their affinities and agreement, but motivated by their tensions and antagonisms, where they disrupt one another. Where philosophy asks of literature, can literature provide knowledge? Or is it merely an aphorism to say that if you want to find out the truth, write fiction? Does literature have ethical value distinct from other disciplines? What of this claim that to show compassion, you must be as cruel as possible in creating the imaginative work? Or in order to create the universal, a writer need focus on the local, authentically so, and the universal will start to appear. Philosophy's demand of the novel as morally relevant, ethically systematic, deepens the novel and helps us to see its own participation in kinds of violence. Nussbaum reading Kant and Richard Wright, Pippin reading Hegel and Henry James, Rawls turning to Dostoevsky, Judith Butler reading Morrison's Beloved. As Jerome Stolnitz has suggested, because novels and plays do spend most of their time on these other matters, the truths elicited from them are generally tangential, inchoate, vague, which may explain in part why they often seem to enjoy a weight of suggestiveness greater than they are entitled to. This is the kind of tension that I value. One, as a location between literature and philosophy, and also in that location from which I teach that I have referenced. There's a way in which what philosophy does for literature is reciprocated, and literature then tries to do something for philosophy. For philosophy to follow Lamarck and Olson, it places a text, a world, quote, an imaginative recreation of moral complexities, in quote, in the hands of a thinker, emphasizing abstract principles and systemic thought across space and time. Worlding philosophy challenges its epistemic blind spots, filling them with the knowledge production of particular and often marginalized lives. So I'm beginning with this difficulty in this emergency and what I understand as the manifestations of epistemic injustice, where it leads to, in the example of this women's prison set against what we imagine as the beautiful, and that is the university. And as I read it, I'm making a claim for how the literary and the philosophical can enter into addressing this very problem. And in surveying a familiar literature about those tensions of literature and philosophy, it's in the midst of them, in the middle of them that I dwell. Another way I want to pressure this is to suggest Morrison, whose novels I will read, who often makes claims about the significance of the literary and the power of literature, right? That for her, it is the technology or the device or the site by which she's able to conceive of truth. That if she's writing novels about identity, and that these novels are situated in a Black world with Black characters, they center the experiences of women, they take marginalized communities and put them at the center. And so in that sense, those categories of identity are important for her. And yet, as she explicates on those categories, she insists radically so on the universality and the humanity of her work. And so on the one hand, it is interesting to think about that possibility of the novel. On the other hand, I'm greatly moved by the way in which philosophy challenges that prospect. Another way I want to think about this in terms of the immediacy of it is to turn to a figure that I'm often reading or following when it comes to these intersections of literature and philosophy and justice and human rights in literature. And it's the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres from Portugal. who is often repeating the mantra that Europe's greatest gift to the world was the Enlightenment. And in his public and private life, is defending the Enlightenment, right? As he also is giving reasons and arguments for how we can achieve world peace. And like many in the United Nations, he's greatly informed by this particular tradition. So it is interesting to me and also quite admirable to have someone at the helm of the United Nations who values philosophy. But what happens to his gift of philosophy when Antonio Guterres, as the Secretary General, goes out into the field, right? When he, for example, is in countries in Africa, or if he is in places where there is deep and great suffering, that confidence with which he speaks of the abstract principles of philosophy and the Enlightenment that undergird the system of which he is at the helm suddenly disappear. And the leader who is charged with developing a strategy for ultimately achieving peace, ultimately addressing issues such as this pandemic, and using the world's resources to bring and achieve a kind of equality, is lost for words. And he's not alone. This is an expression that is in the work of many who are at the helm of agencies of this kind. So that philosophy doesn't seem to be enough, even if he is proclaiming it as this greatest gift. What is it to suggest the Enlightenment as that gift, but then in another refrain, admit that one cannot speak on behalf of the other? Has the Secretary General committed epistemic injustice? Is he guilty of a kind of hermeneutic violence, even as he is, in practical terms, advancing the doctrine of human rights and humanitarianism? Here, I am suggesting that his philosophical reliance requires a literary imaginative example of the power of people across experiences to narrate their own stories. The literary has been suggested as unable to accomplish this, but the examination of that can offer us ways in which we can trouble the notion. I began by locating myself in that horrific space between the prison and the university, between that what is unjust, I would say, and then what would others, Elaine Scarry, for example, would offer as the beautiful, aesthetically, intellectually. And then I have said that now, between this space of literature and philosophy, there is a possibility that they can help one another in addressing the kinds of epistemic injustice that might take place inadvertently, not directly. Antonio Guterres is a remarkable human being whose vision and untiring dedication to trying to change the world, bring resources from those haves to those nations that do have not, is something that I follow closely. But for every moment that I am experiencing what is perhaps good in what he does, I'm struck by statements or speech acts in which he is proclaiming the Enlightenment as the greatest gift of Europe, or that there is a reluctance or absence when it comes to try and represent or speak on behalf of the other. From his philosophical, we can then adjoin a literary imagination that would help the Secretary General and others myself included, right, to refrain from these types of epistemic injustice as I understand them. The other way to turn to this is, if I have suggested that the philosophical alone is not enough to address epistemic injustice, that it requires the literary, and that the tension between the two is the way that it can be done, rather than merely making claims about the good of what either can do. But when they interrogate one another and challenge one another, the questions that they ask about truth, knowledge, and justice, the desire for a greater systemicity, the desire for providing a narrative interior life, that the questions they ask of one another can address these very problems. And here I think about the work of Cora Diamond. From Diamond, we learn ways to turn away from this conception of the human being that is reliant on a Kantianism, a requirement of rational being. Through Diamond, we can see how that she shows us how to read gestures, the gesture, the face, turns of speech, and even the mere possibility of the fact that we have a life to lead as recoverable categories between literature and philosophy that then go toward addressing epistemic injustice. She's made this claim of the importance of being human for a number of years, and I am greatly taken by the consistency that if she's thinking about it in her debates with Cavell and Rorty, then she even now is still writing it and thinking about it in the context of defenses of slavery. And so from Diamond, this insistence and how we can unpack this insistence, I find valuable. She's not discounting our relation to other creatures, animals, or philosophers' insistence that we use persons instead of human beings, or even notions of the post-human. But turning back to the importance of being human is still a category, still in need of recovery. That is, Diamond, in her latest work, has returned to this argument between Williams and Wiggins, in which they are thinking about slavery and the ways in which one argues against slavery, and that is it possible to even conceive of any argument that would be otherwise. And in it, she underscores this importance of being human, and that her correction to Wiggins and to Williams is that one must think about the human being aspect of this, right? That this depriving of will and then the relationship of the enslaved human being is something that we must pressure at greater attention. Now imagine our Secretary General example, if he is imbued with a understanding of the possibles of the literary and the philosophical, when we are looking at it from the vantage point of Cora Diamond. And on the slide, I'm taking from her work, when she writes, I want to keep in the center here that it is property in human beings that is an abomination. And right, she's correcting what has been an emphasis on the taking away of one's labor. And here, placing the emphasis on property in human beings. I find this valuable, right, for how the philosophical and then the emphasis on a literary imagining can remind us of this particular point. And this, right, we see in much of Diamond's work. The emphasis of taking this route of locating myself, of perhaps bringing back well-treaded arguments about the relationship of literature and philosophy, and then turning to the example of a global transnational organization designed to bring about equity and justice, in the example of the United Nations, and then making claims for a productive tension between literature and philosophy that is available for some of the challenges of epistemic injustice. Mainly moving through this so that I could turn to the work of Morrison. And Morrison, in a novel that is published in 2008, and her 9th novel, A Mercy. We know Morrison in part because of the great impact of her novel, Beloved. But in A Mercy, she turns to the 17th century, to an earlier point in the slave trade. And for me, it is fascinating to see Diamond writing about the slave trade and slavery, and it seems quite applicable to the work that is Morrison's 9th novel. What is interesting to me in this novel, set in the 1680s, that involves an Anglo-Dutch farmer, trader, and lender, his wife, Rebecca, who has been brought over from England and against her will, but to make a good wife for someone in the New World. They have a servant who is a Native American named Lena. Her family and her people have been wiped out by smallpox. She is then finds a way and ends up in the family with Jacob and Rebecca after having lost her family. There is a slave woman, actually a girl in the novel, and Florence, the Dutch trader, who does not want to be a part of the slave trade. But when he gets to this early America, when he sees the great way in which those who are capitalizing on slavery are allowed to thrive and he cannot, it is the inevitability that he must then participate. So he has Florence, a slave girl that he accepts as one of his servants. And then there is another character named Sorrow. And Sorrow, who we can understand in the novel also to be an enslaved woman who has escaped from a shipwreck off the coast of the Carolinas. But her identity, Morrison will not allow us to have in full, right? So imagine that, an enslaved girl, a character whose identity isn't so clear to us, but she also is there with Rebecca and Jacob, and they all form a kind of family. And the narrative takes turns allowing them to tell their story. There's also the character of Will and Scully, European indentured servants, white European indentured servants who are also on this farm in upstate New York that Jacob and Rebecca occupy. They are a same-sex couple, two men in the during this period who have found safety on this farm and now are in this family or this alternative kinship with an enslaved girl, with a Native American woman who has lost her family, that has been devastated by the pox, a woman who has been brought over from England to be the wife of someone in the Americas, and then this Dutch Jacob who tried to resist slavery but inevitably succumbed to it. So all of these figures in the novel, and each of them telling their own story, Morrison weaving their stories together, and while on the one hand paying attention to what is the categories by which they are understood in this particular period, but then playing with the period because racial codes and categories have not been set. And since they haven't been set, right, Morrison's able to stress the importance of being human. She's able to reconstruct a family that is a family that we would not have imagined in the 17th century. But in fact, there were all kinds of ways of thinking about kinship. And what I have suggested is that in doing so, Morrison has valued what we would understand as their interior life. That as an antidote against epistemic injustice, the novel privileges interior life, the interior life of the Native woman who has had her people destroyed. She tells her own story. The interior life of Will and Scully, the same-sex characters who find and make a family of their own in these difficult circumstances. The character Sorrow, who we understand to be enslaved, but for whom Morrison will not allow us to know her skin color. And in refusing that information to us, forcing us to understand her predicament through her own telling of it. So on the one hand, the categories are there. We learn about this difficult period, but then we are allowed to also understand the importance of being human. And this is where I think the philosophical, alongside the literary, can provide answers for what I began with in terms of that prison that through iterations and continued epistemic injustice, the kind that is direct, the kind that is indirect, the kind that is intentional, the kind that is unintentional, have led to this hyper-incarceration, the same kinds of epistemic injustices that I think, or I would argue, are being made, even if inadvertently, through the certain kinds of speech acts of someone such as the Secretary General of the United Nations. And if we take literature and philosophy as a possibility, then we can open up a space for addressing and being able to see how these epistemic injustices manifest within our society. This novel, I should say, in closing, is all about sleep and the inability for characters as they're dealing with their predicaments to find proper sleep. And if there is a way that we can be reminded of that importance of being human, then indeed we can locate it as attached to our circadian rhythms and that great desire and need to sleep. And what keeps us from achieving that goal. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. Anyone who wants to ask a question, please go ahead and use the raise hand function or send a message in the chat.
Sorry, where's the hand, the function that you're talking about?
Well, if you would like to ask a question, you
Okay,
might.
yes.
No one's on the list yet.
Okay, can I go ahead and do that then?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Nigel. That was a really, really sensitive and very compelling talk. Really loved every minute of it. Of course, you draw the difference between literature and philosophy, and there's a huge difference between the two. We more or less know, what philosophy does, how it speaks, and so on. Now, you say that you said, especially at the end of your talk, that the novel privileges interior life, and that's probably how it differs from philosophy mostly. But privileged life, interior life, is also the domain of psychology. So how does literature, can you flesh out a little bit more how literature does what neither psychology nor philosophy can do?
Oh, thank you for that question. I would love to know the answer. Right, there are. I want to say that, and here is to go back to. So we can say that psychology, perhaps it is true that you can train in psychology, and the prison has a place for what you have learned and what you do. That they will, right there are psychologists that are working within that field, and even with the United Nations. So there's a, I would say that there is something very clear about what a psychologist offers in certain fields, and I think it has value. And but in terms of if I think about this ineffability or this inability to speak to the other that is coming from the Secretary General of the United Nations, or even coming from me, if I were to be in the position of addressing the human beings who are in great suffering that he encounters everywhere around the world. I don't think that it is psychology that one turns to find the possibility for the kind of intersubjectivity, or to understand yourself human in a way such as those who are in this position. And in Morrison's novels, in Gabriel Garcia Marquez's novels, and the novels of those writers who are trying to represent those particular realities, I believe there is something about the imaginative that helps to bridge that gap. And it's hard for me to articulate in a clear and a way that is convincing, because it is that inability to be convincing, or that indeterminacy, that I think is part of what is the availability. And if from psychology we look at the women who are in this prison, or we look at those that the Secretary General encounters, there may be value in what psychology can offer, but is it going to create a way in which the Secretary General, or the person who encounters the person who is in the human cage, understands their predicament as something that is tied to predicament of, say, a person who is in a more privileged space? And I think that is part of what this value of literature has. And for me, it's the idea that the novel about the prison in the Central Valley where I teach, in order for it to be understood, or for people around the world to pay attention to what is happening in that place, many have read this novel and have been greatly moved by it. And I'm suggesting that the space of movement from where they were prior to reading that, or having that experience, and where they find themselves after, is something that has value.
Thank you.
But I really want to. I need to think about that question more. And it's a really thank you for asking it, because it is right next. I have to make my presentation on literature, philosophy, and psychology. Yeah.
Next is Naomi Sheeman has a question.
Thank you, Nigel, for that fascinating talk. I want to pick up on the remarks that you closed with about sleep. I'm thinking that Cressida Hayes is actually, whose work you might know, is philosophizing about sleep, but clearly philosophers have not dealt with it very much. And most famously, it comes up in Descartes as a threat, but I might be dreaming, obviously. And so I'm wondering whether part of what you're getting at, and I want you to say more about this, is the locating of an important part of what we value about being human, not in those aspects of us that the Enlightenment lifted up, but rather in those parts of us that are more embodied and more animal, including sleep. And the examples that you gave from Morrison, and then of course what's true in the prison of disrupted sleep and sleep patterns controlled from the outside, and being unable to sleep in the ways in which one's body would want or need to sleep. And so I'm wondering whether this is part of the shift that you want to make around what is it that we value about being human, and what is it about our humanness that needs recognition, acknowledgement, and protection from others, and emphasizing things like sleep rather than things like reason, rationality, autonomous will, and so on. You need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. This is exactly why I'm so grateful to be here. The questions like these, and also the very helpful comments. And yes, I mean, I'll have to ask Asta to help me with Core Diamond and Core Diamond's reading of Anscombe. But you know, the part of Core Diamond that I'm working with, indeed, she is looking for those other ways of understanding how we deem ourselves human, and in relation to other creatures, and so forth. And you know, Morrison's novels always are addressing sleep. And I remember in 2017 when the Nobel Prize for Medicine and Physiology was awarded to those researchers who did the studies with the fruit flies about our circadian rhythms, right? And were telling us the importance of sleep, right? And how it relates us to the earth and keeps us in order. And I was like, oh, I already read that. I read that in 4 Morrison novels. Like, I mean, you know, but I mean, obviously I did not know it the way they did with the study with the fruit fly. I mean, their brilliance was clear, but I certainly already knew it, right? Because I had read it in these texts. And so, yes, those ways. And I think, as you point out, you know, having read, I've been reading hundreds and hundreds of letters of incarcerated human beings who are writing during the pandemic. And in those letters, right, they are talking about, right, disruption of sleep, right? Because now they are confined to the space, they cannot go out, there are no programs, everything is, right, it's incarceration of incarceration. So that if there is a way to understand those notions of sleep and those gestures and right, those moments within that are all across the literary, right? That to unpack those, I think is quite valuable. And here, in unpacking them, is where I think philosophy has important ways to deepen that understanding of the literary. Yes, thank you for those references. And yes, I want to turn back to that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have about 4 minutes left. Terrence Keel would like to ask a question. And there's one more in the queue, so we'll see if we have time.
Yes, thank you. So Brother Nigel, thank you for this really engaging and compelling talk. And I very much like how you are problematizing and complicating your own situatedness on Indigenous land next to a penitentiary and a women's facility in the state of California that leads the world in incarceration. But I want to go back to a comment a bit earlier about this distinction between psychology and literature, which I think in many ways is a false distinction. And I wonder, and the part of which I think it's a false distinction is that I think there are several theorists, including Sylvia Wynter, who have already given us the tools from which to think about humanity as a type of genre that historically has been overdetermined by Eurocentric conceptions of man, self, and other that require a distinction between the factual and philosophical understanding of bios or biology. And she intentionally problematizes this distinction in ways that I think the narrative structure of Morrison and countless other Black authors and writers, and it's incidentally, Ralph Ellison is actually a major intellectual influence of Sylvia Wynter, who I think is trying to do some of the conceptual work that you've given us today. And so I guess my question simply is, what is your engagement with Wynter on these issues, and to what degree do you see her as a resource to do this, I think, really productive troubling of the lines of narrative and truth and what you would call genres of being or genres of self?
Thank you for you're that important correction and reminder. Absolutely. Wynter, Hortense Spillers, right? And as you point out, a great tradition. I mean, even there's a way in which, in addition to Wynter and Spillers and Joanne Bracton's notion of the outraged mother, there are a number of ways in which I turn to these thinkers, and that they too, along with what I'm suggesting and reading the canon and turning to some of these European sources, that they have, as you rightfully point out, done this work and prior to, right? And so that what we can see in those like Agamben and others, right, that it is Wynter and Spillers and those before who have done this work. And I wouldn't disagree in that they become important sources for me. But one thing that I have attempted to do here is, and this is part of the work with Diamond, is to go back and to identify where some of these thinkers that one might not imagine are participating in this conversation are offering something that can be of value, so that it's not an either or option of right, Wynter, Spillers, Braxton, others, and then to think of those that I've been working with here. But I would say that both they are productive for this particular work. The other part is that the work of the carceral space, and even the work of slavery, that if there are certain thinkers who are not having their ideas placed in that frame, so that we can take the questions that they are asking and apply them where they might corrupt themselves, there's a desire to also engage in this kind of praxis as well. But the point of Wynter, right, they become important for me in important ways. And Ellison, yes. I read Kierkegaard mostly, and in the archives of the Library of Congress, Ellison's reading of the importance of being human within Kierkegaard is something that I find quite important. So I would say that tradition, those thinkers are extremely important to me. But in this case, there was an interest in exposing or trying to bring to this horrible space of this women's prison some thinkers and ideas of those who I imagine have tried to skirt the issue. So.
Thank you, Nigel. I'm afraid we have to stop there and have a break before the keynote at.
Thank you all. Yes.
Thank you, Nigel. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now we're going to hear our keynote speaker, Linda Martin Alcoff. Linda is professor of philosophy at the City University of New York. She is a past president of the American Philosophical Association Eastern Division. Recent books include Rape and Resistance, The Future of Whiteness, and Visible Identities, Race, Gender, and the Self, which won the Franz Fanon Award for 2009. She is originally from Panama. And the title of her talk is Extractivist Epistemologies. Here she is.
Asta for staying up for us. If you get tired, Asta, go to sleep. I think my paper is going to resonate a bit with Nigel Hatton's paper that we just heard, but he can tell me, but I heard some resonances. I also want to say hi to Kate Ritchie, who we really miss at CUNY. She left us to come out to California. Kate, I know you miss Dirty Snow. Come on, you gotta, you want to come back to New York. So I'm gonna try to share my screen here and see if this works. Get this going. Yes, can you see it? Can everybody see it? Now, how do I get it to go to presentation mode? Anybody got an idea?
On the bottom right.
This one right here?
To the left, by the minus sign.
Right here? Aha. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've done it a few times, but so what I'm going to do in this talk is talk about extractivism, which is an economic term used and getting a lot of attention these days. It's a set of practices, but I want to show how it also involves some assumptions and effects. And my project here, which I've been working on for a couple of years, this is very much a work in progress, so I hope to get helpful questions and criticisms to help me as I further this along, is I'm trying to think about the effects of extractivist developmental projects on epistemic ideas and practices in the modern colonial era. That's the sort of idea of it. Okay, see if how do you go to the next one? Is it down here? Yes, great. Okay, so the idea of extractivist epistemologies is that these developed in a particular historical period under colonial practices of extractivist capitalism. And this framing, I'm hoping, will help to reveal the effect of colonialism on our knowing practices and reveal some problems with some of the normative epistemic ideals more generally that we're still operating with today. So what is extractivist capitalism? It is profit generated through the extraction of natural resources, which might be fossil fuels, but also timber, animal products, plants, minerals, etc. There is no obligation in general for extractive processes to leave the environmental conditions intact or unharmed. So they sometimes destroy the source of sustenance for communities in a permanent way. Sometimes the local community is given a temporary wage to help with the process of the extraction. This is only some of the time. What is extracted in the process is commodified and monetized. And it may also be copyrighted and patented with exclusionary intellectual rights. And all of this is named development and progress. Sometimes people draw out the implications of an extractionist approach to labor power as well. For example, you can think about this in Europe with enclosures, or the transformations from subsistence farming to wage labor on monocrop mega farms, in which labor is extracted and changed and commodified and monetized. Some sources for this, there's a very good book by Petrus and Veltmeyer that you can get some more information on this. Another book by Robinson on class struggle in Latin America. So what's clear when you study it is that extractivist capitalism operates with certain metaphysical assumptions, and that's what I'm drawing out. One is that the value that they're extracting is non-relational, that there's a non-relationality to value, at least potentially, so that resources can be separated from their original locations and not lose value by that separation, but gain value. So we can think about value separate from relations. The values that are destroyed in the process of extraction are assumed to be, by the people engaging in this anyway, as justifiably destroyed, and do not need to be calculated in the quantification of value achieved. So when they say we're going to bring all of this value into the world or into the society or into this community or into this corporation, they're not doing a plus and minus, they're just doing a plus. The values that are destroyed can in some cases be paid for, this is the assumption, that they can in some cases be paid for by one-time monetary payments. And so the epistemic resources, which are now very much being extracted around various parts of the world, the epistemic resources are treated in the same way, that they can be extracted in the same way as material resources. And this is, of course, not really new. This is since the conquest. So what's clear is that extraction has constitutive effects on what is extracted. And to get at this, I want to just take a page from Akhil Belgrami's wonderful paper on Gandhi's radicalism, in which Belgrami argues that Gandhi's radicalism is grounded in his ability to formulate these three questions. How and when did we transform the concept of nature into the concept of natural resources? When and how did we transform our concept of the world as not merely a place to live in, but a place to master and control? And for my purposes, the third question is most important. How did we transform the concept of knowledges to live by into the concept of an expertise to rule by? And one of the things that Belgrami does in his paper is he notes that these questions, certainly weren't invented by Gandhi. They're not entirely new to the 20th century. He notes that they have an affinity to the radical dissenters of early modern Europe, the diggers, the ranters, Marx and Engels, etc. So we can't locate these questions or this alternative metaphysical outlook as simply outside Europe. The truth is that the critical opposition within Europe lost in the 17th century, right? They lost in the 18th century during the colonial period, so that the developers won the day. Okay, so in sum then, extraction alters the ontology of the world, the social ontology of the world, we might say. That which is extracted becomes a resource with a measurable monetary value. It is distinguished and distinguishable from its relations and its context. It is desacralized. It becomes thus delimited in new ways. It becomes an it. And all of this is, I want to invoke the idea that this is all very much a material process of altering the ontology. It's not simply offering a new description. It is changing the features of the habitable world in all of these important ways. And, extractivist capitalism is getting a lot of attention these days because of its effects on environmental conditions. And so there's quite a lot of work on it. But I think we need to think about not just pushing back extraction because of climate change, but also for the ways in which it has affected our practices of knowing. So I want to argue that extraction goes well beyond economically motivated projects. So extraction, I want to suggest, has altered epistemology. Knowledge extraction is really a mislabeling, since the assumption is that the knowledge that you're extracting is stable across forms of epistemic practice. You have knowledge of pharmaceutical effects of various kinds of plants that are used in Amazonian communities. That knowledge is imagined to be extracted and taken to a different space. And the assumption is that that knowledge is the same thing as it moves across these contexts. But I think extraction clearly involves ontological revision, and it involves knowledge construction, not discovery. Extraction assumes pieces of knowledge that are discrete and separable from their original context and relations so that you can separate them out. And, you know, I'm very much operating with a general idea that knowing, including knowing in the natural sciences, is a making rather than a discovering, that changes that which is made into knowledge. And I think the idea of discovery actually is playing an ideological role when it is used here. And so that kind of idea of constructivist making you can get from the contextual empiricism of Helen Longino. You can get from the hermeneutic tradition. There's a variety of traditions. I think that actually support each other in the idea of that there are certain constructive acts and making acts that are done in knowing processes. So that means that we need to look at what is the making that extractivist knowing is engaging in. What are the parts of that making process? And finally, it assumes that dialogic models of knowing are epistemically unnecessary. So extractors assume that by themselves, they can perform the interpretation, the analysis, the judgment, and the application of knowledge. They interpret the meaningfulness of knowledge, they analyze the significance of a piece of knowledge, they judge its validity and its adequacy, and they apply it in a non-dialogic way with other groups and peoples. So one of the concepts that I am relying on here is this concept of relational humility that is a cornerstone of the argument in Brenda Dalmia's wonderful book, Caring to Know, which just came out a few years ago. And she develops this concept of relational humility as distinct from the typical understandings of the norm of epistemic humility that philosophers here will be familiar with, you know, that we often locate as begun with Socrates, who knows that he does not know. Relational humility is different. It is knowing that the other knows or may know what one does not know. So, you know, what's important about this is Socratic humility can be entirely compatible with elitism, right? Socrates is both humble about what he knows and, you know, I think it comes out in the dialogues that he thinks he knows more than anybody else in the room. So he doesn't have relational humility. He has epistemic humility that is not a relational humility. So the point of relational humility is important to understand because it motivates epistemic practices that attend to the relations, the quality of the relations between knowers. Socratic humility does not do this necessarily. It might in some specific cases, but it doesn't necessarily. So the relational humility, on the other hand, does, and this is what I think the era of colonialism really did not value. And I want to note here that the concern with the relations between knowers, as Dalmia argues and develops this idea, the political relations, the moral relations, the meaningful human contact relations, all the ways in which we might think about relations between human beings who are knowers. That the concern with the relations between knowers, she develops an argument, is epistemically motivated. So it's not reducible to the political and the ethical. So in my larger project, I'm developing 3 case studies, only one of which I'm going to talk about here. One is I'm looking at the ways in which diversity is treated as an extractable epistemic resource. One obvious example is the Michigan court ruling that validated affirmative action as long as we could understand diversity in college classrooms as enhancing the educational experience of majority populations. So in this way, non-majority input, meaning non-majority epistemic input in this context, is being instrumentalized and really extracted for external purposes to which it may not have any motivation to assist. So I have a lot of analysis of that. Another one that I haven't done a lot of research on yet, but I want to look more at is the conflict that erupted in Hawaii 2 summers ago over the construction of the 30-meter telescope on Mauna Kea, in which the interests of pure science are pitted against the wishes of Native Hawaiians. This is just one of many different kinds of conflicts going on around the world in different locations that are represented, I think, wrongly in ways that connect up with extractivist epistemology. The one that I will talk about in just the last few minutes is involves the ongoing struggle over Native American artifacts held by museums around the world. So museums are interesting because they are understood as repositories of knowledge, right? They are seen often as neutral political players. They're not corporations. They're nonprofit in almost all cases, and they're supported on the grounds that they are protective of artifacts that can be sources of knowledge for the world, right? Museums are supposed to be open to any scholar, any knower, and so housing those artifacts in the museums is good for the world. So what they engage in is, of course, often extraction of artifacts from their original sites, including burial grounds, and then they take those artifacts and put them in new contexts. And they also break up buildings and take, pieces of churches, and it's quite a history that's gaining a lot of debate these days. In the United States, there's 1,500 museums that house several million artifacts, including hundreds of thousands of Native American human remains and funeral objects that had been placed in grave sites, such as beads, pipes, feathers, special clothing, ceramics, and other artistic products. Now, one big topic of debate these days is how were these artifacts accessed or taken. Some of them, of course, were stolen, plundered, or looted. Some were legally purchased under varying conditions, including extortion. So really, I think the legal-illegal distinction over how the artifacts were appropriated does not at all settle the moral issues or the political issues. But my focus is not going to be so much on the process of extraction, although that merits analysis and historical work as it's getting. But I'm interested in the questions of what kind of knowledge, if any, can be developed under these kinds of conditions. The Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act was passed in 1990 in the United States after decades of indigenous activism. It only applies to the United States, and it mandates that Native groups have the right to reclaim the remains of the dead, but only if those remains can be proven to be members of their tribe. And the act mandates that museum officials alone are given the right to judge the claims about the identity of the remains that tribes offer to them. So, although this is a really important act and it has made huge difference, it doesn't really instantiate a real epistemic collaboration in assessing validity, given that the museum officials make the final determination. But since NAGPRA was passed, tens of thousands of human remains have been returned, but more than 100,000 continue to be housed in museums. So today, Native groups are pushing for more, that the remains of the unaffiliated also be removed from museum display cases. And there's also contestation over what counts as remains of the living. The NAGPRA only covers what they call remains of the living. But this is part of the ontological difference. What counts as living? Some argue that artisanal objects such as the ahayuda are living. These are wooden objects. They are artifacts that are created for various purposes. They are taken to be keepers of the sky or war gods by the Pueblo people. They attract large sums of money in trading among non-natives today. And some Native folks argue that the Hayuda are living. They're not non-living, inert. They have spiritual elements. So that's part of the difficulty of the debate, and shows how the metaphysical assumptions are involved in knowledge claims of various sorts. So to give a quick epistemic analysis of the debate, what's clear is that the support for returning human remains is made on the grounds of respect and humanitarianism, does not necessarily challenge existing ideas about knowledge or suggest that we need to rethink and reform practices of knowing. Museums as repositories of knowledge assume that extraction incurs little or no epistemic cost. In fact, extraction is often thought to and argued to preserve knowledge and to offer a chance for more correct interpretations and analysis, because it brings the artifact into the domain of science and has this universal utility for all scholars and historians. But what is going on here often are assumed binaries between politics and science, myth and knowledge, secular values and religion, values and empirical methods. All of these things have been addressed in recent philosophy of science, which has not yet made it too much into this debate. They've received extensive critique, although it's an ongoing debate among philosophers, as we know, but these binaries have received extensive critique in recent epistemology, and particularly work in the philosophy of sciences, but also history of philosophy in Charles Taylor and Akil Belgrami's work, as well as Elizabeth Anderson, Helen Longino, Alison Wiley, Kyle White, Sandra Harding, and many others. An alternative approach that I think is useful is to talk about ecologies of epistemologies and dialogic approaches to knowing. So that's what I'm going to be putting forward. There are epistemic grounds to contest epistemological extraction. In other words, the idea is that there are epistemic concerns about the knowledge that is produced in this way. What is gained, what is lost, what is ignored. So beyond the political injustice, I think we need to understand the question of is this a norm of good knowing? ecologies of knowledge idea is, I'm going to argue, insufficient, though helpful. What Lorraine Code has a wonderful book on ecologies of knowledge, which I very much like and recommend. It ends up validating a bit of epistemological pluralism, and so I want to unite with it, but also we need to have some capacity for critique across differences of epistemic norms and practices. The other person who talks a lot about ecologies of knowledge is Boaventura de Sousa Santos, whose work is quite useful. He develops a concept of the incompleteness. He has a principle he calls the incompleteness of all knowledge. And he argues that if we accept this incompleteness, it will enhance dialogue and debate. And he argues that the incompleteness claim is not about relativism. It's not about retreat from judging. It's simply a claim that follows from the understanding that the development of sciences and technologies is historically contingent, particular, contextual, historical. So the necessity of remaining open to external critiques remains a good for all. There's never a finality that can go beyond the necessity of remaining open in that way across vast differences. And I want to build on and follow to a certain extent Santos and Code. The worry with Santos, as with some other sociologists, maybe we can have this discussion here since this is an interdisciplinary conference, is he wants to retreat. He's worried about truth claims, right? So he wants to retreat sometimes from questions of truth in a way that I find unhelpful. I think we can complicate truth without retreating from it. But he says, I think quite rightly, the fourth point here, there is no essential or definitive way of describing, ordering, and classifying processes, entities, and relationships to the world. There is no essential or definitive way. So this is the necessary correlate, I think, to ontological pluralism, which has really become, I think, a strong view, if not a consensus view, in philosophy. And it accords with his notion of the constitutive incompleteness of knowing systems. And I think sometimes one of the worries that people have with moving in this kind of direction to the ecologies of knowing and ecologies of epistemologies is the sense that you can rank knowing practices and knowing systems on the grounds that there is a danger of dysfunctional conformism and traditional knowing systems, right? Because it is repetition and oral traditions. A lot of people think it is simply repetition. It is obedience. It is not engaged in a kind of possibility of critical dynamism. But one thing that's clear is that this danger is not unique to traditional knowing systems. There has been a tradition of didactic sages, a bit like Socrates, who criticized popular wisdom and the communal setup of knowing. There's some interesting literature on that. And since Kuhn, of course, we know that many criticisms of conformism in the West, and you can also see Lee Smolin's work on this for a more updated view, that conformism is a problem in physics as well, but Kuhn also shows the epistemic and scientific utility of agreed upon paradigms. So I think the kind of ranking that's often done between traditional knowledge and science can be effectively rethought. So in conclusion, what I'm suggesting here is that if we move to a notion of ecologies of epistemology, this will counsel a relational, non-extractivist approach to knowing across diverse epistemic communities. So it is possible for there to be knowing across communities, but not in the extractivist model, in which you take a stable resource and move it from one to the other, where only one side of that relationship is doing epistemological work of judging, validating, operationalizing, applying, and so forth. So to maintain ecologies of epistemology would maintain the need for a dialogic model of knowing. I think we also need an inter-epistemology that would make possible an approach to dialogue and translation that considers the epistemic effects of various kinds of practices. And what I hope is that the concept of extractivist epistemology will be a way to characterize various non-ideal knowledge projects going on in our world today that will then spur the development of corrective norms such as dialogic methods, relational humility, and incorporating assessments of the relevant epistemic relations as a natural and necessary part of every justificatory procedure of this sort. And here's just a few sources. I didn't get space to add all of them in, but oh, I see some typos here, but I wanted to give you some sense of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. So now please use the raise hand function or send me a message.
I'll take the stop share out.
So first, Erica would like to ask a question. Go ahead, Erica.
Yeah, this might be a really basic clarificatory question, but I'm trying to understand. There are a lot of new ideas. I'm trying to understand them. And so one thing I was thinking about was your example of Native American artifacts in museums, and they've been in museums for quite a while now. Is returning them to Native communities would allow new kinds of knowledge to foment around them, right? Like if those objects were in their back in Native communities, new ideas would grow around them, new myths, new practices, new interpretations, all of which are new kinds of knowledges. Is that the kind of sort of, I'm putting this sort of future facing spin on it. And am I talking about the same thing you're talking about, the way that, when you first introduced the notion of extraction, it's like we extracted it in the past, but part of this is sort of looking forward to the future of what kinds of knowledges will we have, and how once we take something out of its own space, the kind of knowledge that grows up around it is the museum knowledge, as opposed to the sort of cultural knowledge that would arise around these objects if they were continually in use. Am I understanding you right? Is that what you're talking about?
Great question. I think, that a lot of the return stuff that's happening right now is not seen as epistemically motivated. And that's what I want to do, is to bring in the epistemic motive, to unpack what would be the epistemic motivation. So precisely the kinds of questions that you're raising. It's motivated by politics and ethics and historical reparations of a sort, all of which is absolutely legitimate and sufficient, of course. But I think there's other aspects of what's going on. I mean, I think in terms of, I do want to get, the point of doing this analysis of colonialism's impact on us is to do the future work. Part of that is going to involve, let me say two things. Sorry, I'm so excited by your question. But one is that you return in order to salvage what's left of the possibility of relationships between communities. And, Dalmia, I think, really helps us think about why relationships between communities is of epistemic concern, because most all knowledge requires dialogic elements. And so you trust and, a sense of the possibility of having some shared agenda, some partial shared agenda is vital. And in some, she makes the argument, in fact, that in some cases, you should nix a knowledge project. So knowing is not always the most important thing. If knowing, like imagine if you ask somebody who has told you they've been raped, well, when did it happen? How long did it take? You want to know all the details. I mean, that's gonna you want a set of propositions that maybe will be true propositions, but it will, she might or he might, well, or they might well clam up, right? So, and not talk to anybody else. So knowing requires attending to relationships. And then just the last thing I'd say, I think the question is, as we go into the future, who is the we who is knowing, right? We can't value, sort of white dominant public's capacity to know about this as the all important. So one question is that there may be different answers to the effects of different practices depending on which we're looking at, and the we of of some Native groups, the we of non-Native peoples. All of these are important knowing communities of concern, but there may be different effects of knowing capacities. And one of the issues that I cut really does resonate with Nigel's is whether or not knowing in all cases can be transferred. And of course, for many groups say that it cannot be. There's not 100% transfer for a variety of reasons that I won't go into here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So next in the queue is Susan Notes. Susan, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I was just getting unmuted there. I really enjoyed that talk, Linda. I love hearing someone talk about Lorraine Code's work on ecology of epistemology, just because I don't hear it come up all that often. One question I had for you, and this might be quite closely related to the former question. To what extent do you view an ecological relational approach to epistemology as necessarily entailing this pluralist viewpoint that you're worried about, as opposed to maybe simply focusing more on the situatedness of knowledge? I think I'd taken Code to be talking about the idea that much as a good, healthy organ can only be good and healthy as long as it remains in a good and healthy body. Once you pull it out, it's not a healthy functioning organ anymore. Maybe is there hope for a useful ecological approach to knowing that depends on contextualism rather than this, as she calls it, the punctiform frozen epistemic moment? I quite like that phrase.
Yeah, quite right. I made a very quick side swipe at poor Lorraine. I love her work, and I think she is cognizant of power differences more so than many other epistemologists are, especially social epistemologies sometimes are these days. And so she's really building that into her analysis. But I think there is a somewhat of a worry about a pluralism. And maybe it's not so much in her work, but in some other works that is a kind of empties out the epistemic questions, so that you have, it's like multiculturalism. You just put difference alongside without an analysis. So I think ecologies of knowing, as she's developing it in that book, will go further than that. So I don't want to attribute that kind of empty, non-judgmental pluralism to her. That's good correction.
Thank you so much.
So next on the queue is Kate Ritchie. Go ahead, Kate.
Thanks, Linda. That was great. So I want to ask a sort of like inchoate question about the sort of ontological revision you were bringing out. So I was wondering, like a couple of the examples you brought up, right? So early on, you sort of talked about different valuation systems and sort of the values being sort of maybe built into the environment that things might be found in. And then you also brought this example of life. So whether something, is living or not could depend on the application, like the way the concept's being understood or sort of its application. So I was wondering if you could sort of say a little more about how you're seeing this kind of ontological view maybe fitting with either sort of epistemic or conceptual kinds of resources or sort of valuation systems, or, yeah, sort of if you can just say a bit more about how you're understanding this kind of ontological view.
Oh, I need your help on this, Kay. You got to come back to New York. No, I mean, I think I've been reading, some of the new anthropological literature on this that is attempting to do translation works with fundamentally different ontological systems that other peoples use. And these there's such an incompatibility and an incommensurability between these when religion is understood as located in a mountain or a cliffside, and so that if you remove people from the cliffside, they're no longer able to practice their religion. And also agricultural and economic kinds of practices that are understood as religious practices, and just take such a different form. So there you can't match like concept to concept or term to term across these differences. And I think the and and one thing that comes up a lot among the radical anthropologists is what are we trying to do? Why are we trying to get this perfect ontological understanding of the other? And of course, the history of colonialism will suggest a couple of reasons. But so what's interesting to me is not just the different categories, to go back to Asta's paper, but the process of categorization itself, and in fact the ontological approaches that, and of course using ontology is a problem, right? Because we're importing our own terminology to characterize various kinds of languages and worldviews and meaning systems. But the separability of things and persons and objects, and and I think that's one way to understand the spirituality of things and objects and places, because there isn't this separability that is presumed in typical Western sort of approaches. So it's quite profound. But tell me this, I mean, what I'm arguing, I think is just very clear, that clearly true, that extractivism and the language of development does have a metaphysical apparatus, a set of metaphysical assumptions and commitments that are not, and that do connect to those binaries that I was talking about, but that are not sufficiently up for discussion. And I think the epistemology piece has to be connected to the metaphysics piece. You can't really distinguish them, because if you have a different notion of what there is, you're going to have a different idea about the epistemic practices in regard to that. Can you tell me real quickly if you think that's?
Yeah, I think that definitely seems right. Right, sort of, right. The extractionist picture does sort of presuppose or something that like you could retain the very same thing while moving it outside of this, either sort of like physical environment or social environment or theoretical system way of conceptualizing or something. Yeah, I think that seems totally right. Thanks.
Sorry, Tanuj has a question next. Go ahead, Tanuj. You should be good now.
Okay, hi, am I audible? Yeah, thank you for the talk. It was really interesting, especially I sort of read that as a kind of political epistemology to in a more robust fashion. So you made the connection between extractivist capitalism and extractivist epistemologies, how one gives rise to the other. And one sort of basic question that I had was, to what extent is the development of non-extractivist epistemologies dependent on dismantling or getting rid of these existing extractivist capitalist practices in the form of, say, globalization or extraction through international trade. And I was wondering what kind of a relationship you see between the new kind of concepts of pluralism that we come up with. How much of that is dependent on the economic structure that gives rise to extractivist epistemologies in the first place?
Yes, in some ways, I think the social movements come first, and then the academy, some decades later, tries to figure it out. So I think the social movements that have been happening around the world and they're, and these are not entirely new. I went back to the 17th century, to movements inside Europe, as well as anti-colonial resistance from the beginning of the conquest that offered different articulations of what was actually happening, like the term conquest, like the term covering over that Dussel says. There was no discovery, there was a covering over of the peoples of the New World and their cultures. And so there was this contestation from 1492 onward that has given rise, and it's gained some traction since the successes of the anti-colonial movements and through the 20th century. And I think climate change is motivating, of course, larger publics to consider the possibility that the worldview of the West that emerged in the colonial period may not be all that and may need some changes, although, oftentimes the way that, like the Anthropocene, there's a lot of debate over the concept of the Anthropocene, because the Anthropocene suggests that human beings have made climate change, but it's not all human beings that have actually done the practices that have, are threatening to destroy the planet. So again, it's this notion of humanism that Winter, analyzes and critiques, that is very problematic. So it's an ongoing contestation. There is some success. The only reason there is some success is because of, really, I think the street and the ground and the social movements are the generating force.
Next, Grant Silva has a question. Go ahead, Grant.
Hey, Grant.
Hey, what's up, Linda?
Okay.
I wish this was in person, because I'm just over the hill in Dana Point, close to Irvine. It would have been nice to see you. But I do want to take us back a question, I think, to the discussion of the metaphysical, especially the metaphysical assumptions that are connected to this. Sorry. I guess the question is, to what extent we should, in many ways, be looking for wide epistemic differences or metaphysical differences, in the sense that it strikes me that epistemic justice, in the sense that you're describing it, doesn't necessarily require the emphasis on difference, metaphysical difference, that I at times heard in the context of your presentation. That can actually be a danger in some ways, because you have to overemphasize, you have to exotify the indigenous view, such that it's never going to be taken seriously by the modern hegemonic viewpoint. It's always going to be talking about these inanimate objects that have a spirit, that have life. The mountain is alive and stuff like that. And so I think maybe epistemic justice might just begin within the context of colonization in many ways, right? Where it's not that we want people to articulate an entirely different ground upon which their knowledge claims are going to rest, but maybe just the possibility that there can be other ways of knowing aside from those that prevail in dominant discourses today. So that's one thing I wanted to address. And then I wonder if you can also, I want to invite you to say more about how you see extractivism working, especially when it comes to the diversification of philosophy. That you had that mentioned as a point there. Maybe you can come back to that. But otherwise, it's nice to see you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Grant. We have to talk more. Yeah, I mean, the danger of romanticizing and exoticizing, and also, that's being talked about lately, is like people saying all we have to do is listen to the indigenous, and which is a really instrumentalizing of indigenous knowledge and practices once again. it's not as far away from colonization as sometimes people think it is. So these are constant dangers, and the best, most radical work can get recuperated when it gets taken up in the mainstream and articulated in different ways, against the intentions of the author. So it's a constant danger. But I do think that I like to use, and maybe I can rethink this, but the language of metaphysics, ontology, and epistemology to recognize that it's not myth versus science. It is multiple meaning systems, multiple ontologies. And I do also want to make the argument, as others have, that the scientific practices presume certain ideas about the world, certain metaphysical commitments, and certainly extractivist practices of knowing assume certain things about the world. So it's I think in some ways I think we have to take the risk while trying to avoid the exoticism. I mean, I think the move, like in terms of Native studies, the move to talk about urban Indians, which is all over the literature, is really helpful and useful for sort of shifting people's understanding of where this is. And the stuff coming out of Latin America is getting better and better, I think, in some regards, in terms of its approach. So I don't want to let go of the idea of metaphysical difference, but we have to. And I think if you have a dialogic model, it can go a long way toward correcting or avoiding some of the errors. And I really think epistemology has to move to a dialogic model in all cases. So it can't be the outsider who is, the Orientalist, right? I mean, as Said critiqued Orientalism, he said, the Orientalists, they had standpoint epistemology. They believed that as outsiders to the Orient, they were, uniquely capable of characterizing it, describing it, assessing it, offering an interpretation and analysis, to the West. So they are, claimed as kind of not outsider within, but that's outsider epistemic. And it what that did was it demotivated any dialogic work, right? So Orientalism could proceed in a non-dialogic way. And that, of course, was an epistemic recipe for disaster, among other disasters it caused. So that's all I can do at this point, but it's an ongoing, issue, conversation.
Thank you.
Linda, so we have a few more questions in the queue. I've been allowed 10 more minutes if you have the time.
Yeah, no, I'm totally fine. It's helpful for me.
Okay, great. In that case, Jessica Gonzalez is next. Go ahead, Jessica.
Hi, thank you so much for that. And I'm really excited to hear that you plan to use for one of your case studies the example of what's happening on Mauna Kea in Hawaii. I'm especially interested because I used to work at Hawaii Community College and spent a lot of time on the Mauna talking to both the scientists and bringing my students up to practice Native Hawaiian protocols and so forth. And we've had a lot of discussions up there. And so I was trying to think of, now I know this wasn't anything that you were planning on in this presentation, so if you want to defer this question, that's totally understandable. I'm trying to think though of, I see it as two different issues that is going on there. One would be where the colonizing group is extracting the native knowledge and maybe doing so in a way that that might be more instrumental, as you were saying a few minutes ago, right? There's a lot of, I think in their mind, it might be like pluralism. Here we're going to build this telescope, but we'll also acknowledge the native traditions that have given us a lot of understanding about astronomy and the place of Hawaii in the world and so forth. On the other hand, though, there's also this shared space that they're in. And I think that this is what is incredibly important there, that there's one piece of land that we're talking about, and the very presence of the colonizing group there is disrupting the ability of the Native Hawaiian population to use that space for their epistemological gain or understanding. So I'm wondering if you would agree, or if you think that these are two separate issues, or if that latter issue of, I mean, I hate to phrase it in like a zero-sum game, but the idea that these telescopes like dig into the ground and prevent in many ways the Native Hawaiian population from practicing their traditional knowledge is a different sort of maybe epistemic injustice, or if it can be combined into what you've set forth here.
Yeah, that's great. I'd love to actually get your email so that we could talk about as I develop this analysis, because it's fascinating. It's different from the extractivist developmentalism. I wanted to talk about this because it's like it gets put under the category of pure science on the telescope builders side versus myth and religious belief, which Westerners cannot understand. It's too exotic, to understand on the Native Hawaiian side. And it does fit the extraction model in the sense that the scientists claimed the right to be able to, dig their way into the mountain to put up this huge telescope. So they wanted to extract the space. But, once you look into it, as you know, this is the 13th telescope on the mountain. This is not like the first telescope. And the reason why there has to be 13 telescopes is because, this country has to have one, and this country has to have one, and this country has to have one. So it is quite an interesting case that shows on the Western science, quote unquote, Western science side, the politics, the nationalism, the lack of the competitiveness between different scientific teams around the world rather than the cooperation between scientific teams. So a lot of the, sort of the details of how Western science actually operates and what it takes for granted, what it allows to exist, comes out. So I think it helps to break down that binary between the rational and the irrational. There's a lot going on both sides, and to think about that this is the only way or the best way that knowing can occur. I think we can really do a deconstruction of that with this case. So I think it's, it's certainly going to be probably more complicated than simply, the dialogic model is not a model where you simply return and give way and you don't engage. The dialogic model of knowing is an actual knowing, right? In which there is criticism, there is questioning, there is consideration of the possibility of collaboration and consideration of the possibility that there's no collaboration possible, right? So a dialogic model has to be a real and vigorous exchange and communication that allows for questioning and critique and isn't just because what, if non-Native Hawaiians say, well, we're going to respect you, it doesn't really change the colonial relations at all, right? It doesn't change the sense of where science exists and where knowledge exists and where purity and neutrality exists. That's what we have to break down. So I would love to have further communication with you. So email me and let's set up some ways to do that.
All right, so we still are getting more people on the queue. I don't know if we should stop maybe at 12:20, but Asta's next, so I think we can at least do that. Go ahead, Asta.
Oh, thank you. I have so many questions. Thank you. This is a wonderful talk. I'm interested in right now, your the way you're thinking about the role of metaphysics versus ideology, and whether you think that metaphysics, like the ontology, is what the ideology posits, or whether you have a different relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I think my view is compatible to a large extent with yours in terms of the social production of categories, right? So if you put ontology within, as a human practice that has different characteristics and different aims and functions, depending, on the context, I think we can because I really want to take metaphysics out of the domain of, the study of first things, right? So for me, all metaphysics is social metaphysics. I don't even like to use the term social metaphysics because that assumes there's a metaphysics and a social metaphysics. And I think you and I agree on this point, right? That all metaphysics is embedded.
Absolutely.
Yeah, is embedded. And so it doesn't mean it doesn't have any truth value. It doesn't mean that it doesn't connect up to the real. I like, I use sort of Putnam's pragmatic realism, that sort of version. So you can still have a certain sense of realism that may apply in some cases. I'm thinking of the construction of theoretical objects, but there is a pluralism, and there's also the possibility of critique. I mean, you can get critique from a variety of directions, but what are these categories, as you're showing, leaving out, both in terms of actual kinds of experiences that they leave out, and also what do they leave out in terms of how we're not seeing how they are socially created, so we need to do metaphysics to do this kind of work.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure how long we can go on. If you can take another one, then Maria del Rosario Costa.
Oh yeah, sure. I'd love to hear from her.
Hi, Linda. How are you?
Hi, Maria. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you for your talk. So I'll be quick since there is a long queue. And I think I'm torn now after listening to Grant's question, because I was going to push you actually in the opposite direction of Grant. And if I hear you correctly, if I understand correctly what you're saying, the problem is not only at the level of categories and categorization, but also even further at the level of what's the role that categorization plays in knowledge production. So the incommensurability you were talking about could go even further to say something like there could be a way in which we conceive of knowledge without categorization. And so I wanted to push further in that direction, first to understand if I'm understanding you correctly. To what level is that? How can we talk about that? Would that be like something like an aesthetic dimension beyond the epistemological? Although I don't like to make those distinctions, because for me, any aesthetic is already epistemological and the other way around. But I also wanted to take your point further with the question of extractivism, and following Jessica too, in like, what are the other sides of the whole extractivism thing? I like Jessica's point that it is also the occupation, so that it's not only taking away, but also the occupation of the space that saturates it, and saturates it physically, but also I would say with meaning, in such a way that there is no space in what is considered intelligible to even say anything other, because it has already been saturated, that space, like taking Jessica's point into a more metaphorical side of it. And ultimately, also wanted to mention the notion of unknowing, like in Mariana Ortega's paper on practices of unknowing, for instance, how there is this other side in which knowledge has already been produced. It has already been recognized as knowledge. But extractivism, in this process of changing what knowledge is already, also unknows. So erases knowledge that has already been known as knowledge, which is kind of a further step into the kind of injustice that you're pointing to. So I hope it was more or less clear and quick enough. Thank you.
That's great. That's a lot for me. And I want to also, we should have more conversations. I really like this idea of occupation as saturating the space. I mean, I think in some ways, maybe one thing that I'm taking away from what you're saying is something I very much agree with, which is that epistemology needs to rethink its project all the way down. And that's why it's, it can be dangerous to use the concept of epistemology. But what I'm thinking of here is the idea of epistemology as a practice. I'm talking about moving toward the development of new norms of epistemic practice, but that assumes that knowing is intentional, that it's conscious, that it is a practice separated from other practices. And I think all of that has been critiqued in phenomenology, in ideas about embodied knowing, and how people can have, Gertrude James de Gonzalez has argued that there is this embodied knowing of histories of slavery, for example, and colonization in the body, that's carried in the body, and it is not expressed in propositional form. And so it doesn't, rise to the level of knowledge in the way that most epistemologists want to classify knowledge, and yet there is a knowing. So we need to be able to have different ways, and some of the continental philosophy, even some of the continental European philosophy is useful here. I think the hermeneutic tradition and the phenomenological tradition, Gadamer's idea of receptivity, of passivity, right? So very much against the sort of model of knowing as requiring mastery, requiring action, requiring occupation, requiring directiveness. So notions of knowing as involving passivity and receptivity as being the only ways in some cases. And maybe knowing, we'll find a different word for, than knowing for that. But there is a content. There's a content, and it's not just a certain kind of experience. There is a content that then informs other relations and other kinds of activities that we may engage in. So I want to say there is an epistemic content there, but I think what part of what you're getting at is the need to be prepared in this dialogic process to rethink knowing and how we understand how to correct knowing, and think about that as being able to go all the way down. And also the retreat from knowing, which I take from Dalmia and others. I think that's very important. Nietzsche makes this critique, the truth, the idea that the pursuit of truth is always a good. That's a myth if there ever was one, right? So the retreat from knowing, what Dalmia adds, I think, to Nietzsche is that the retreat from knowing can have an epistemic payoff, so to speak. So it's not simply I know we're trying to move beyond making these distinctions between the moral and the epistemic, but I think it's important to keep the epistemic in there somehow. Maybe we can do it in a relational way, but to say it's not simply a moral motivation here. There is an epistemic motivation to make some of these moves and to think and practice differently.
Thank you so much, Linda, and all the speakers today. I think we have to stop now to have a sufficient lunch break for everyone. So we'll be resuming around exactly at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back to those who were here this morning, and welcome to those who are joining us now. This is our second session today, and this session will be moderated by Rena Goldstein, who will present the first speaker. Rena. Just a second.
There we go. Thank you. I'm pleased to welcome Maria del Rosario Acosta Lopez, who's a full professor at the Department of Hispanic Studies in UC Riverside and currently the International Chair of Contemporary Philosophy at Paris 8. She conducts research on aesthetics, critical theory, political philosophy, and more recently on decolonial studies, with emphasis on questions of memory and trauma in the Americas. Her most recent publications are devoted to aesthetics of resistance in Latin American art, decolonial perspectives on memory and history, and epistemic injustice and epistemic violence. She's currently working on the final revisions of her next book, Gramáticas de la Escucha, Pensar la Memoria Después del Trauma, and on the final editions of two forthcoming books, one in Spanish on community in Hegel, Nancy, Esposito, and Agamben, titled Narrativas de la Comunidad del Hegel a los Pensadores y Políticos, and one in English titled The Unstoppable Murmur of Being Together, co-authored with Jean-Luc Nancy and the Group on Law and Violence. Acosta also conducts workshops on liberatory memory and works with survivors of political violence, in Colombia with communities surviving paramilitary violence, and more recently in Chicago with police torture survivors.
Thank you, Rena. And thank you everyone for being here, those who are already here and those who seem here, but maybe will arrive. I will share my screen with you. I have a presentation. And can you hear me well? Sometimes my computer audio is not great. Okay, it's working. Perfect. Because I hate using the headphones, they give me headache. Is it working?
Yes, looks good.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you, Ana Moncompagni and Annalisa Coliva for organizing this wonderful conference. It's only really recently that I have started thinking about my work in terms of epistemic injustice, and only really fairly recently that I started realizing that a lot of what I was doing on this project called Grammars of Listening, or Gramáticas de lo Inaudito, as I'll explain a bit, is really much in dialogue with a lot of what is being produced in the context of epistemic injustice. So things like these are super productive for me, and I really thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Rena. Thank you, Ryan, for all the work behind the scenes. And let's see how this goes. Let me start first by sharing with you a bit of the kind of experiences that ultimately prompted me to ask the questions that give shape to my current project on grammars of listening, or Gramáticas de lo Inaudito, and the specific historical and political situations that deeply inform my approach to questions of memory and history, particularly, as I hope to show, with an emphasis on the erased and silenced memories and histories of violence and the injustice of their access to representation. So let's start with the context. Let me see, here. Okay. My work on memory develops in close connection to my context, namely Colombia's more than 70-year-long armed conflict and the unspeakable horrors, plus normalizing forms of pervasive and devastating violence that characterize the history of the country's last century, together with the institutional forms of silencing that have accompanied this history. the country is currently going through what some may describe as a transitional justice process, which started in 2005 by way of an agreement between the government and the larger paramilitary groups in Colombia, and continuing with the peace agreement process with the larger guerrilla group in the country, the Colombian Armed Revolutionary Forces, in 2016. In this context, much is being done in order to address one fundamental side of any transitional justice process, namely the development of institutional and non-institutional forms of memory as reparation. As part of this process, the Colombian Historical Memory Center was created and designated as the entity in charge of recovering, building, and publicizing the memories of the Colombian conflict, with a special emphasis on the victims. I was given the opportunity to work with the center as a researcher for a few years, coordinating 3 of these reports, together with training researchers on historical memory work, and of course, first of all, getting trained myself. This involved an extensive fieldwork process, including workshops and interviews with survivors of mass atrocities. After my work in Colombia, and this is just a little bit of the numbers that I can't read, I realized this week giving another lecture, so I'll just leave them there. Just for you to get an idea of what numbers are we talking about when we talk about Colombia's conflict. So after my work in Colombia, I also continued this kind of work in Chicago in connection to the Chicago Torture Justice Center and the Chicago Torture Justice Memorials in the context of reparations for police torture survivors. The center was created in 2015 after an ordinance from the city of Chicago that not only officially recognized a group of 96 African-American survivors as victims of police torture between the years of 1972 and 1991, but also ordained a package of economic and symbolic reparations, including the creation of the center, a memorial for the survivors and their families in the city of Chicago, and the mandate to teach the case in every public school in the city in 8th and 10th grade. I was contacted then, 2015, and had the opportunity to work with the team that put together the center and that started the process towards the memorial. The tools I had learned in Colombia with the Historical Memory Center helped me envision, together with the survivors who are the real force behind the center, a space for healing and remembering, together with the production of an oral histories archive, training survivors in storytelling and as liberatory memory workers, and another number of activities that I had the honor to be part of. This experience outside academia, working with survivors of extreme forms of violence, listening to their stories and trying to figure out how to make them audible in a more public context, to gain both legal and historical recognition for the harm inflicted on them, was decisive for the kind of philosophical work I am currently doing. While working for the Historical Memory Center, participating in workshops with communities who have survived and bravely resisted devastating forms of violence and mass atrocities, one of the first difficulties that arose in the context of the workshops was how to truly listen to what was happening and being passed on in these encounters. It was not merely words that were being communicated, but also profound and eloquent silences, grounded in a kind of harm and pain that accompanies a shattering of language altogether when it came to speaking about what had happened. On many occasions, including in later work with police torture survivors on the south side of Chicago, it became clear that beyond the need for listening and the challenge of inscribing the breakdown of language itself in the record, what was especially needed was a further experience of being believed, in spite of the fragmentary, sometimes contradictory, and many times illegible, in scare quotes, forms of narrative that emerged. The kind of violence that many communities in Colombia and in Chicago have had to endure under paramilitary rule on the one hand and police racism on the other was so extraordinary, both extreme and massive, and sometimes also pervasive and normalized, that any stories coming out of these contexts seem unreal, more like nightmares than what we are usually trained to recognize as true. My initial reaction to the encounter with these difficulties was paralyzing. I had neither the tools nor the proper training to offer anything beyond my willingness to listen A listening, however, that was more and more aware of its failures and limitations to do justice to what was being shared. The philosopher in me, however, felt the need and the responsibility to investigate further, not because of a confidence in the capacity of philosophy to deal with trauma, but quite the opposite, because I understood what a radical challenge these experiences posed to my philosophical training. The problem, I insisted, needed to go further than pointing out language's limited ability to name the horror. What one hears in testimony is also the shattering of all the available frameworks to make sense of what is being communicated. This is due not only to the unprecedented forms of violence to which it bears witness, and thus to the lack of available categories that can properly name and render intelligible what is being communicated. It is also due to the fact that the form of experiences struggling to communicate itself is one we are not accustomed to recognizing as experience, since it radically challenges the frameworks that allow us to relate to it as past, to turn it into a memory, and to ascribe it in history. And I'll explain what I mean by this in the second part of my paper. Taking into account all these levels of the experience, I would say that a philosophical perspective on the question of listening in traumatic contexts leads therefore at least to three main questions. First, the question concerning the mechanisms that first make possible the task of the production of memory in contexts where violence deeply traverses and affects the very possibility of production of sense. By production of sense, I mean both aesthetic and epistemological frameworks, that is, the modes of perception and the conceptual structures required for the elaboration of memory, both from the perspective of the survivors and those who are summoned and responsible of listening to their testimonies. In my project in particular, this is translated into the question for the conditions of possibility for a radical experience of listening, capable of attending to what has been and continues being silenced by violence, running the risk, therefore, of remaining excluded from a modality of memory incapable of tuning its ears to the silences, erasures, and fragmentary meanings produced by traumatic forms of violence and reproduced by the historical violence of their forgetting. By trauma, I do not mean a diagnosis that pathologizes the survivor, predetermining their role in their own process of healing as largely passive. I mean rather a particular type of experience, or better, a particular structure of experience, represented by trauma and by the type of violence that causes it, that in its devastating effects profoundly colonizes the subjectivities, identities, bodies, and languages it traverses. I am aware that using the notion of colonizing violence in connection to trauma complicates the relation between my approach to trauma on the one hand and my approach to coloniality on the other. However, as I am hoping my project will be able to show, for now I'll just tell you a little bit about it. To work with these connections is a strategy to underscore, on the one hand, the radicality of the harm connected to traumatic forms of violence, while also, on the other hand, pointing to an important side, under-theorized, in my opinion, of the kind, extension, and quality of violence connected to coloniality. So I am not so much interested in an approach that seeks to decolonize trauma. I am rather interested in putting traumatic and colonial forms of violence in dialogue with one another under a decolonial lens that attends to the way in which both, and each one in their own particular modalities of operation, impose a form of violence that requires similar strategies for its subversion, together with similar conditions of possibility for making it audible. Taking into account these three main points, I would say that an aesthetic dimension of the problem of listening is hereby revealed. By aesthetic here, I understand the sphere of the distribution of the sensible within which there is always already criteria that decide in advance what is or is not perceptible. In this concrete case, what is, or more to the point, is not audible. In short, these criteria determine what fulfills or does not fulfill the conditions for entry into the regime of the intelligible. The dimension of the problem revealed here is aesthetic also, because in some ways it precedes and determines the epistemological. Every production of knowledge is always already corporeal. The senses produced in knowledge are always already inhabited. We bear these senses on our bodies. They colonize our modes of perception while also colonizing our concepts, our languages, our categories of thought. A philosophical perspective on the question of listening in traumatic contexts leads to the necessity of a critical analysis of the criteria and conditions of possibility for becoming audible. In the case of traumatic forms of violence, these criteria require a revision of the very structures that determine experience and render it legible, recognizable, and rememberable, memorable, grievable, including its spatio-temporal frames. Let's have a closer look first then at what I am describing here as trauma, and trauma as a particular structure of experience. Since one of my main arguments is that what philosophy can help us with in these contexts is a deeper understanding into how radical the damage is when we speak about trauma, but also, given its singularity and the paradoxical structure of experience it introduces, how radical its challenges are for our usual understanding of experience, of memory, and of history. And most importantly, therefore, for the kind of listening that the construction of the latter two require at the site of trauma. So second part of the paper, catastrophes of sense. And I'm going to be talking about three paradoxes, the three that go together with what I think are the three main challenges that traumatic violence poses to what I am calling here a philosophical outlook. What challenges us, so these are the main three, I just enumerate them here. I just call them the paradox of memory, the paradox of meaning or of sense, and the paradox of listening or of the address. And we'll see what I mean by each one of them. What challenges us at the site of trauma is what Kathy Caruth describes in her reading of Freud as the paradoxical encounter between an absence and an excess of memory. One of the great difficulties in listening to trauma survivors is that in most occasions what we listen to is not, strictly speaking, a memory, but rather the mark left behind by its unforgettable absence. This is because the original event that has triggered the traumatic reaction is trapped in a very specific form of deferral. The event has not yet been processed by the psyche as past, that is, as something that has happened. Accordingly, it has not yet been experienced and cannot therefore be remembered. The event is consequently not available to the survivor, at least not in the usual ways in which we speak about the availability and thus the communicability of our experiences, since it is in a way unlocatable, both spatially and temporally. It cannot be located as a memory. Its eruption has been so violent that it cannot be retraced, and so it somehow lives in the latency of its obsessive return as present, what Freud described as the repetition compulsion. Trauma thus presents us with an experience which breaks with traditional epistemology by radically putting into question the very concept of experience and the spatio-temporal structures that undergird it. Trauma introduces the need for an analysis and critique of a violence which lodges itself in the psyche all the more tenaciously precisely because it erases the traces of its breach, while paradoxically leaving that erasure as its only untraceable trace. This erasure only helps to ensure its pervasiveness and renders its indelible effects all the more unlocatable. Pushing further into the consequences of this paradoxical form of experience by attending to the ways in which it both defies and demands its communicability, we would have to say that the experience of giving testimony in these contexts can also be described as a paradoxical encounter between an abscess and an excess of sense. Trauma brings about what Nellie Richard aptly calls a catastrophe of sense. There are certain types of violence, Richard argues, that cause, I quote, the collapse of traditional categorical orders, all while introducing unprecedented, unheard of forms of violence whose excess has not yet been, and perhaps is not entirely meant to be, made intelligible. Not only are these realities abominably original, to borrow here Hannah Arendt's dictum in The Origins of Totalitarianism, but their originality is also meant to remain unthought, hidden, for only as such can traumatic forms of violence and the structures they bring about preserve all the force of their operativity. They do so above all through the pernicious strategy of stripping these unprecedented realities of their audibility in a regime of the perceptible and the intelligible that violence seeks to control and determine in advance. Traumatic forms of violence could be understood, as I was suggesting above, as colonizing forms of violence because they seek to saturate every space of the production of sense and strip those subjected to it of any possibility of participating in this production other than by means of an operation of subtraction. Now, it is important here to keep in mind that while this is the goal of a colonizing/traumatic forms of violence, these forms of violence do not succeed in doing so. The force displayed by resistance to colonizing forms of violence is never to be taken for granted, since it is born in conditions designed precisely to impede it, but it is also there where the most creative, unexpected, and admirable forms of resistance, subversion, and resilience take place. Giving testimony in the conditions I've been describing so far, both in the case of Colombia and in the case of Chicago, is one of these instances of resistance where everything, including the very mechanisms designed to give voice to victims, everything is designed to silence, erase, or present as illegible, inaudible, the memory of the survivors. In spite of all, they do speak. The question is, how can we truly listen? Finally, we encounter here what I will call, following Caruth too, the paradox of the address, she would say. I call it the paradox of listening, which at the end, it's also the kind of paradox that accompanies and must guide in a way the experience of listening in these contexts. Because in listening to trauma, in Caruth's own words, we encounter a voice, I quote, that defies even as it claims our understanding. It is, she continues, an address that remains enigmatic yet demands a listening and a response, unquote. How to properly listen at the site of trauma, how to hold on to the experience to which these testimonies bear witness without translating, betraying, and leaving aside the breakdown of language, the erasures, and the absences that are also part of the story to be told. And most importantly, how to carry the voice and produce the conditions of possibility for its audibility without speaking for another. And just to give here a context within the framework of our conference, in terms of the secondary literature on epistemic injustice, following Fricker's analysis of hermeneutical and testimonial injustices, and particularly, I would say, the reinterpretation and critical approach to her original reflection recently by Jose Medina, who stresses we can only truly understand these two forms of injustice as intertwined, and this is also the case in my work. What I am ultimately asking could be translated as the question for what are the hermeneutical tools that are required in these contexts to avoid exercising what Kristen Dawson has rightly called epistemic violence and testimonial smothering. I am, however, interested in adding to this literature the question of what kind of listening is required in the particular case of traumatic violence, where the experience is even more complicated through what I just described as the paradoxes of trauma, and the specific forms of epistemic and aesthetic silencing that need to be brought to light and confronted in such cases, as well as the specific forms of responsibility and hermeneutical virtues that are demanded by them. And as Medina has insisted, and Linda Alcock here too, I am interested too in highlighting the epistemic resistance side of these questions, even though I will not have the time to go through this other side of the analysis today. So this brings me to the third and final section of my paper. What time is it? I'm good. Okay. So now what gave title to the paper, Grammars of Listening or Gramáticas de lo Inaudito. My project proposes thus to inquire into the kinds of grammars that need to be inaugurated and recognized in order to render audible what otherwise remains unheard and unheard of as a consequence of traumatic forms of violence and their capacity, as we just saw, to silence, erase, hide, and deny their own shattering effects. In Spanish, I call them gramáticas de lo inaudito, since the word inaudito points both to the unheard and the unheard of, namely what hasn't yet been rendered audible and what is ethically unacceptable. There is a close connection between the two in my work. My claim is that it is precisely because traumatic violence inaugurates unprecedented forms of harm absolutely unheard of, and which thus challenge our ethical imagination in radical ways, that we do not yet have the grammars to approach them properly and make them audible, much less intelligible or even believable. By grammars, I mean, broadly speaking, frameworks of sense, taking sense here both in terms of the perceptual, the sensible, as well as in terms of meaning, conceptual, and otherwise. A grammar of listening opens thus a site for rendering meaningful what does not make sense within an already available grammar and framework of meaning. It is thus a grammar that in signifying is also capable of denouncing erasure, concealment, silencing. In its denunciation, it also finds ways of interrupting and subverting the mechanisms that have made the erasure itself inaudible, by presenting it as illegible to a colonized listening. If we look at all of these questions with a decolonial lens, there is also a close connection that comes to light between the form of critique that the search for those grammars enacts, the kind of structural violence it wants to denounce, together with the control over the means of representation, and the possibilities embedded in the creative resistance demanded in these contexts in order to subvert, interrupt into the regime of the audible. Following Sylvia Winter's acute assessment here, I would say that the task should not only be to give voice to what has been erased and obliterated, rendered inaudible, scratched, and redacted from the archive. Rather, I quote her, we shall ask, what is the systemic function of their silencing? Of what mode of speech is that absence of speech an imperative function? In order to take up this task with the rigor and thoroughness it demands, the approach needs to move, therefore, from what can be understood initially as a psychoanalytic and perhaps more figurative understanding of trauma towards a greater emphasis on its historical dimension. This entails addressing the issue of the production and, more to the point, the destruction of meaning as a structural and political question, instead of thinking of it exclusively as a psychic and epistemological one. This is also why I propose that we consider reinterpreting traumatic violence as a colonizing form of violence, understanding that one of the central aspects of this kind of violence is that it is not only an assault on life, but on the conditions of production of sense that make life legible as such. All of this, however, with the caveat we must not confuse both experiences of both forms of violence. As I said before, I think if we put them in dialogue, productive forms of critique can come to light. 3 main points here concerning my proposal, just to be clear about its scope and also its limitations. First, I am proposing in the first place to change the perspective from what would be, broadly speaking, a focus on the conditions of possibility or impossibility for the production of testimony to the conditions of possibility for the task of listening to testimony. The kind of hermeneutical sensibility that is required, borrowing here a notion that is being used in discussions regarding epistemic injustice. The kind of hermeneutical sensibility that is required to listen to what can't be communicated in already given and available grammars. This puts the weight of the responsibility on the listener. However, this does not mean that the listener is also responsible for producing meaning in these contexts. It is not our job as listeners to provide a narrative for what can otherwise not be told. It is our responsibility rather to guarantee conditions of audibility so that testimony can be told in its own terms and without having to reach a demand for translation into already available meanings. In that sense, the task of listening is more connected to providing resonance than to the production of sense. And it requires a development of an acute ear for other forms of meaning that are usually not made audible within our already predetermined sensory registers. I am also interested in proposing a shift from the focus on veracity and verifiability of testimony to a focus on credibility. To foster grammars of listening in these contexts means to imagine modalities of memory building and possibilities of historical indexation that break with the criteria dependent on a verification of the past and its location in the archive. To produce spaces for credibility means to open in the present a space for the production of a past that first has not yet been produced in a strictest sense and or elaborated, and second, whose history of violence continues thus operating in the present, saturating it with the meanings that such a structural violence imposes over and against other grammars of sense. Third, the experience of a radical form of listening must not be understood as a linear process of progressively revealing, discovering, and unveiling that which has been silenced and erased, as if the task was to broaden the specter of what should be made audible within our usual frameworks. If we understand traumatic violence in its radicality and complexity, what becomes clear is that listening to its testimony is not the task of unveiling a truth that otherwise remains hidden. It is also not the task of unblocking its passage towards memory, understood in a more traditional sense. It is rather the task of subverting the criteria for audibility, including therefore the criteria for producing historical knowledge and for what it means to remember. This latter point is connected to what I described as a decolonial approach to the questions of memory and history, one that is prompted precisely by attending to the kind of challenges that trauma has posed, as I talked about in the second part of the paper, through its paradoxical structure, which must lead in turn, I contend, to an understanding of history as invention and of memory as resistance. I do not have time to go into details about this other side of the project. Let me just mention before finishing that from this point of view, the act of listening and of making oneself heard are at the same time the act of producing a world that was not but should have been. This is a subversive act of invention, whereby invention is not opposed to history, but rather actualizes it, making possible resistance to structural forms of oblivion. The first step towards this is the aesthetical demand of reclaiming the memory of what should not have happened. Grammars of listening, therefore, should also be conceived as the articulation of frameworks of sense, capable of granting us access to this ethical phase of both history and memory. This is the resistance to acceptance that memory must exercise in the face of violence and its radical forms of destruction. The resistance, perhaps even in a psychoanalytical register, to admit the world as it is, and the aesthetical political task it entails of imagining and producing an otherwise, for the present, for thought, and for the sake of a past that is not yet over. Perhaps this is, after all, the decolonial gesture par excellence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A fabulous talk. I'm very excited to get to the Q&A. So if you'd like to ask a question, please either use the raised hand function or send a chat. Erica, please.
Yeah, so this is perhaps just a terrible question. So I was listening to This American Life recently had a long episode where a woman who was going through a certain form of therapy after a traumatic rape recorded herself going through that therapy. And it was really striking to sort of listen to this process of her telling her story again. And a lot of the process of the therapy involved telling the story again, and then her therapist saying, why did you use that word? Do you really believe that? Like, do you really believe that the way you walked down, like, what would be another way to think about what happened there? Like, was it, you were 10 years old, and you waved at him, but why are you telling me that you waved at him? So sort of like helping her think through this. Is that kind of approach compatible with the form of listening that you're talking about? Because that form seems so much more invasive, right? Where the therapist is redirecting. And for some people that is incredibly valuable. And in fact, one of the things trauma can do is distort the way one thinks about what happened in ways that are incredibly damaging. And so that is some of the value that people find in not just being listened to, but it's more, but a kind of, I guess, therapeutic colonizing of so how do you think of, how do we reconcile that kind of therapeutic model with the kind of listening you're talking about? And I was just really fascinated and would love to hear more about how you think about that.
Yeah, thank you, Erica. I don't reconcile them. Let me just start by saying, and it's not my intent also neither to offer a critique of therapeutic methods that, as you said, can be valuable in certain contexts. I mean, the thing about trauma is that you can never generalize, ever. And it can never become a universalizing question. It can never be prescriptive either. My project is neither normative nor prescriptive. I would say two things just for now. The first is that, for instance, in my work in the context of memory building, I am never dismissing the importance of other modalities of memory building. I am never dismissing also the importance of legal recognition that implies a translation of one's testimony into a legal context, that implies entails sometimes a lot of violence for those who are giving testimony, but sometimes it comes with a very important recognition that they also need to have. So I am thinking always more in terms of ways of complementing, like what else can be done, but not only can, but should be done in contexts like this. So in my case, for instance, when I started working in Colombia with these questions, it was more like, what is the law not doing and will never be able to do that other ways of addressing memory and reparation need to start implementing, right? I would say the same with therapy. I mean, what therapy can offer is not the only way of addressing these questions. It can also be violent sometimes, as you said. But any modality of memory building can be violent and can be re-traumatizing, including the workshops on memory building that I've been part of. Sometimes you see that what happens in those workshops is not guaranteed that they are going to go well. And one needs to proceed with a lot of care and with a lot of self-criticism, right? So on the other hand, just quickly, in my book on grammars of listening, the first thing I do is I go to Freud to read Freud more like a sort of phenomenological account of trauma, and to understand what I mean by the structure of trauma, rather than this, let's say, diagnosis side of it, more like it's philosophical conceptualization or something. But I do work through some of his own self-reflections about how the way in which psychoanalysis till the moment he writes Beyond the Pleasure Principle, was operating was not enough. And there are moments where he says, providing the narrative is not something that will help in these cases. Trauma comes with such an paradoxical, enigmatic force. And its truth is such that we cannot just reduce it to a pathology that then we can translate into normality. There is something else going on here. And you see Freud realizing that in a way that it demands another form of listening, different from just guiding or providing narrative where the survivor doesn't have it. And that's why I also insist it is not about giving meaning. If I say that listening is not passive here, but active, that doesn't mean that you are in charge of completing meaning where whoever is talking cannot arrive to it, because that's, I think, the wrong way to approach it in many, many cases. But I hope at least this starts answering your question, which is a huge one.
Yeah, no, that was wonderful. That was really helpful to think through these different approaches and how they sit next to each other.
I have next Melissa.
Hey, thank you so much for this talk, Maria. I just really appreciate the work that you're doing. And I don't have a super strong question. I just would really love to hear more about the idea of the responsibility of listeners to guarantee the conditions of audibility, because I think that is just so remarkably insightful. And I think Erica's question was just noting it as well, that I think that we so easily slip into a mode of listening in which we're trying to be empathic and sympathetic, but we end up kind of taking over what's being said and trying to, in our effort to make sense of it for ourselves as listeners, trying to sort of retell the story in a way that we can manage. So I think what you've got going here is just super helpful, and I would love to hear you say more about it.
Thank you, Melissa. I think that that's the core of my project, because sometimes when I present on my project, people want to know more how these grammars look like. And I always have to say, well, first, if I have achieved something with the project, is to realize that the first thing is to realize what is there to be done first. What is the responsibility on the side of the listener? What does it mean to understand that ultimately we are there to provide conditions of possibility for audibility before even imagining how this will look like? We need to understand why this is needed and what happens when we don't focus on these when we talk about the responsibility on the listener. So I thank you for bringing that up again, because that's kind of the core of my project. Now, if I can say more about it, well, and here is the way I address this and I deal with this, and maybe that just has to do with the kind of work that I had been doing in philosophy before arriving to these questions, which was mainly in aesthetics, is that what I do, and this morning, for instance, Nigel's talk really spoke to me, because in my own experience, it is in art, in cultural expressions, in literature, that one can look at how these grammars of listening, these grammars of lo inaudito, are really inaugurated in contexts where precisely nothing else, there is a breakdown of meaning that no traditional form of language would be able to address. And then suddenly there is a way in which art is able to pass on something that otherwise wouldn't be passed on. So I am, let's say, in parts of the book, what I'm doing is going through, not examples, because they are not instantiations of a theory. They are rather the experiences that led me to understand better what I meant by grammars of listening. And I try to talk about how that looks like. But on the other hand, my insistence on this kind of responsibility is also an insistence I realize within the framework of a discussion that wants to emphasize that there is responsibility, even in the case of the structural forms of violence, to address what those structural forms of violence are doing, even though we are submitted to their effect on us. And this is the other side of what I want to insist on. That responsibility is not reduced to those circumstances in which we are in control of our listening, but rather it goes further in order to put into question radically, where are we standing when we listen, in order then to be able to really become the listener that I am talking about. So that responsibility comes with a sort of work on self-criticism that I didn't have the time to talk about today, but that's another side of the project that I'm exploring right now. I don't know if this is at least a bit of a response to your question.
Next, I have Nigel.
Oh, hi Maria, thank you. That was brilliant. Very appreciative of the opportunity to hear that. I have so many things that I want to ask you, but this notion of radical listening, when I encounter the term, often I've heard it in relationship to the clinic and the doctor and the patient, and the patient asking for a kind of radical listening from the doctor, who, based on our sort of dualist tradition, is listening to the body but not the mind of the patient. And so because the doctor has the knowledge and is the one who knows what to diagnose, the patient is irrelevant. So just the body. And so I like how you are using radical listening. I wonder if you could talk about you talked about the mechanisms that are creating this erasure or rendering the inaudible. And as you were speaking, it was the law that sort of came about for me. And here I'm thinking of experience that I had working at the International Criminal Court, and the kinds of mechanisms in place that disrupted testimony and that made listening not radical, and something that did not take place, even though the performativity of it was everywhere in the chambers and in the courtrooms or in the places where testimony was supposed to be being delivered. And so I wonder if you could talk on the one hand about those mechanisms. For me, they are the law and also technology that are disrupting and making it, rendering inaudible, and even sort of denying that possibility of a radical listening. But then you pointed out that you are thinking of this as complementary. And for me, it seems that as you were speaking, I just couldn't help but thinking about something like tribunals and the International Criminal Court or the law. So I wonder maybe to talk more about those mechanisms that that silence, erase, or render inaudible, and how what they are, and then the comment you made about the law and how your project goes or complements or is different. Is that a relation that is because of sort of the decolonial relationships to the law, or what in essence I'm saying, right, I can see your work at the International Criminal Court, and I'm wondering what you think of that.
Thank you, Nigel. And I see there is still another question. So Rina, I'm very good at taking notes with questions. If you want to take the other question, and then I can try to answer everyone. So that
we're actually running very close to time, and we want to make sure that there's a bit of a break before the next talk. But perhaps either you could respond or hear Brianne's question and then perhaps follow up over email.
Oh, okay. So let me respond to Nigel, and then Brianna, if you want to email me or just text me on the chat, we can talk about your question too, because I don't want to leave Nigel's question unanswered, even though I won't be able to answer either, but at least I can start pointing to where I would go. So yeah, first, the radical form of listening in the context of narrative medicine that you were talking about. When I say radical in this context, what I really mean is it has to be a radical form of listening, because it is a listening that in the process of enacting must produce in the process the conditions of possibility that make it possible. And I know this language always sounds so complicated, but it is ultimately what's going on here. In the performance of the listening, you have to provide the conditions that will make your listening possible in the first place. And that's what makes it, for me, radical, rather than, and of course it goes well with those other sides of what you were saying. Listen to me and not just to my symptoms. And that's another way of relating to trauma that I want to insist on, right? There is much more about me than just what you see as a symptomatic here that you need to reduce to a medical therapy, what Erica was talking about, to just treat. There is much more than pathology in trauma. And that's part of my project, really, to show what that means. My whole project, Nigel, started from like my work in philosophy with a critique of the violence of the law. So that's where it comes from. So ultimately, my first approaches to this question were like, what's going on? What are the ways in which the law is profoundly violent? And how can we go there and what's going on? And one of those sides was in the context of giving testimony, in the context of its incapacity to hear, even though hearing is what it is supposed to be and be doing. And so that's my mention in the paper very quickly. It has to do with a lot of what I work on too, which is how to interrupt that sort of violence. So I take it also that when you tell me, is it really complementary? Are you talking about, is that as important as the law to listen? We should implement other mechanisms. And I would say, precisely because I don't want to prescribe what a survivor needs. What I've seen in Colombia is that a lot of times, no matter what the translation process entails for someone to give testimony, being able to stand in court and give testimony against the paramilitary that disappeared your son is so important, even though it implies so much violence, that I don't want to dismiss that experience either from the perspective of the survivor or the victims, of the families of the victims, right? So I don't dare to be critical with the violence of the law in that sense. But I do want to point to the problems that are going on there that can be maybe addressed in different ways in other places, right? So that's part of like the work I do. I know I don't have time to answer other sides of your question that were really interesting too. So I leave it there because I don't want to take time from the break. But thank you for the questions, and we'll continue via email.
Thank you very much. We'll take a short break. I would like to introduce our next speaker. Terrence Keel is an associate professor with a split appointment in the Department of African American Studies and the UCLA Institute for Society and Genetics. He is also the founding director of the Lab for Biocritical Studies and currently serves as associate director of the Ralph J. Bunche Center for African American Studies. Keel has written extensively about race, religion, law, and modern science. His widely acclaimed first book, Divine Variations, explains how religion helped produce scientific racism. Keel argues that modern biology has undergone an uneven process of secularization, leaving contemporary scientific theories of race haunted by a religious past that cannot be fully transcended. Keel is currently writing a second book on the American medical examiner system that details how forensic pathology, law enforcement, and autopsy science suffer from a climate of social and ethical nihilism that produce practices of state violence and biomedical racism that target communities of color and erase police accountability for death while under custody. Keel is also currently a co-editor of the forthcoming book, Critical Approaches to Science and Religion, with Myrna Perez Sheldon and Ahmed Keel has a BA in theology from Xavier University of Louisiana, a MTS from Harvard Divinity School, and a PhD from Harvard University. He's currently a research fellow at the UCLA Luskin Center for History and Policy for his collaborative work on the American medical examiner system.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. And I want to say thank you to Anna and the other organizers for this invitation to speak at this very stimulating and engaging conference. As I begin, I'm going to just share my screen here. And so the topic or the title of my talk this evening or afternoon, given where you are in the country, is Nihilism is an underlying condition for death in police custody. And what I'd like to say is that this project, before I begin, draws upon a collaborative and community-driven data science project with my colleague, Dr. Nicholas Shapiro, who is the director of the Carceral Ecologies Lab, and then community activists who are involved with the Dignity and Power Now, which is a community social justice organization here in Los Angeles founded by Patrisse Cullors, as well as over 30 undergraduate student researchers who work in my lab for biocritical studies. What we've done over the last 9 months is taken on a nationwide study of death in police custody and have designed a database that has detailed demographic information of over 9,000 individuals killed over the last 20 years by police officers. And we focus specifically on cases that don't involve firearms. And the reason for this will become more clear as I deliver my talk this afternoon. And what we're doing in this study is trying to identify the forms of biomedical reasoning that allow for death in police custody to go unprosecuted. And so what my talk today is doing is trying to draw from some of this data science collaborative research and think about some larger philosophical conceptual problems with biomedical racism and its embeddedness within logics of colonization and policing that date back to the founding of the Republic. So with this, I'll begin by saying that what I want to argue this afternoon is that nihilism drives biomedical racism within Western societies that continue to draw upon practices established during Christian settler colonialism. And what I mean by Christian nihilism draws on Friedrich Nietzsche and Albert Camus. For Nietzsche, nihilism has its origins in the Christian rejection of the world made by man for the eschatological kingdom of God, the true power governing life and human history. Taken in its fullest sense, Christian nihilism cannot simply mean the denial of God's presence. Christians were, after all, God-believing people. Christian nihilism, I argue, is the refusal to believe in the power and consequences of human designs, most especially the designs of non-white others. scientific racism is a paradigmatic expression of Christian nihilism, for it involves the belief that the world is designed in such a way that the behavior, appearance, and life chances of human groups are determined by omnipresent biological forces inherited from past ancestors. With this understanding in mind, I will explain how Christian nihilism appears within the autopsy of George Floyd that was produced by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner coroner. The underlying nihilism that I find here manifests itself as the attempt to make Floyd's racialized biology responsible for his own death. This type of biogenetic explanation, in turn, assaults our belief in the power of human conventions that include discriminatory policies, exploitative economic relationships, gentrification, state violence, etc. Conventions that ultimately determine the condition, expression, and destiny of our lives. These things are being erased and assaulted with these forms of biomedical racism. Ultimately, I argue that the nihilism that underwrites biomedical racism has left us doubting the power of our own discriminatory creations and the liberatory designs of non-European others. Now, as I start, I want to say a little bit about the medical examiner system here in the United States, and I want to, in this discussion, highlight two important medical examiner systems. Firstly, the Jamestown Medical Examiner System, which is the first in the colonies. And this marks what I think about as the instantiation of a type of biomedical knowledge that was deeply embedded within white settler colonization. And then I want to talk about the Medical Examiner Coroner System in Los Angeles, which marks the period of the expansion of Western Empire and the divestment of indigenous people, as well as Mexican populations in the state of California. These two are anchor points within a larger history of colonization that I believe continues to haunt and trouble the US medical examiner system. Now, the medical examiner system in the United States plays an integral but often overlooked role in determining whether police are charged for deaths within their custody. Medical examinations across the nation, medical examination offices across the nation are public-facing scientific institutions that attempt to be politically neutral and distinct from law enforcement. Coroner reports and autopsies conducted after a death under police custody have authority at the nexus of public health, forensic science, and state law. This authority is especially salient for homicides not involving firearms, as these cases present biomedical ambiguities that must be solved through empirical observation, informed by the research experience and worldview of the medical examiner or coroner. However, post-mortem medical examination reports rarely establish police culpability, even when evidence indicates otherwise. Part of this is due to the woeful underreporting of law enforcement-related deaths. In 2019, Justin Feldman led a collaborative study of national state-level death certificate data and found that fewer than half of law enforcement-related deaths are ever reported. Law enforcement-related deaths are supposed to be assigned a diagnostic code of legal intervention to allow these deaths to be tracked and to potentially prompt investigation. Feldman found that police accountability for death in the custody was effectively erased through diagnostic codes that incorrectly label the cause of death as accidental or undetermined. The same study found that underreporting is most common in cases not involving death by firearms, and that this occurs more frequently in counties with large low-income populations. Moreover, medical examinations often complement witness accounts filed by police with declarations of death that weaponize the physical traits and underlying health conditions of those in custody, effectively transforming state violence into a natural event. Further compounding accountability, the medical examiner system in the United States is based on the practice of the autopsy, which is not governed by standards of verification, as in the case of forensic chemistry, for example. And neither is it governed by a state-level peer review system like the Medical Review Board. Now, to talk about the history, I want to just say a little bit about Jamestown and Los Angeles. Jamestown is the first English settlement in the United States, and the history of its medical examiner office cannot be examined without considering its embeddedness in English law and settler colonialism. In the 12th century England, under the rule of Richard I, the role of the coroner, also known as crowners, was to generate revenue for royal, military, and state interests by investigating and collecting both properties and assets of those who were murdered or committed suicide under his rule. Coroners also produced revenue for the crown by taxing and seizing assets from a wide array of crimes, many of which were against the crown itself. When coroners arrived in colonial Virginia, their roles evolved into becoming the state's witness investigators of death. Historically, as it is now, the determined cause of death had legal and financial implications for the properties and assets of perpetrators as well as the deceased. And this included also the possibility of state seizure. Thus, the colonial coroner was both a medical and political appointment held exclusively by free white men who collected information from crime scenes, witnesses, and experts to create a narrative for an elected jury to establish cause of death and enforce repatriation of assets to the crown. The need for a coroner in Los Angeles arose after Mexico, was forced to cede 55% of its land, including California, to the United States under the Treaty of Guadalupe in 1848. This acquisition of land also came with the displacement and attempted erasure of the indigenous Gavarino Tongva people who are and remain the traditional land caretakers of what's now known as the Los Angeles Basin and the Southern Channel Islands. Following the Treaty of Guadalupe, homicides in the region escalated, especially the murder of indigenous and Mexican people by white settlers arriving from the Midwest, the East, and the South. Indeed, the first coroner in Los Angeles was a white settler by the name of Alpheus Hodges, who was born in Richmond, Virginia, attended medical school at the University of Virginia, and assumed the role of both mayor and coroner of Los Angeles in 1850. Hodges was given the task of dealing with the accumulating bodies of indigenous people and received $100 from the governor's office in Sacramento for every autopsy performed on an indigenous body. With the recent death of George Floyd, we see persistent practices of discrimination, violence, and corruption that date back to the founding of the Republic. What I have here is the document from the District 4th Judicial District, which was filing charges against Derek Michael Chauvin for his involvement in the murder of George Floyd. Now, this document appeared on various websites and actually went quite viral, and it fueled much of the initial protests, in part because the document included some of the initial determinations of death that the medical examiner was providing at this time. And indeed, if you look at the actual autopsy report, the preliminary findings said that the autopsy revealed no physical findings that support a diagnosis of traumatic asphyxia or strangulation. Mr. Floyd had underlying health conditions, including coronary artery disease and hypertensive heart disease. Indeed, they go on to say that the combined effects of Mr. Floyd being restrained by the police, his underlying health conditions, and any potential intoxicants in his systems likely contributed to his death. Now, in the official autopsy report, which was released a few days later, the Hennepin County Medical Examiner actually doubles down on this initial findings, and they actually say the following. Now, when you read these autopsy reports, they locate the first, second, and third causes of death. And the first cause of death is cardiopulmonary arrest complicating law enforcement subdual. And this language of complicating enforcement subdual suggests that indeed the heart attack itself made his arrests not just difficult, but ultimately was the cause of his death itself. Secondly, the strength. And then third, the neck compression that many of us witnessed for nearly 9 minutes on video. Now, how the injury occurred, they say that the decedent experienced a cardiopulmonary event while being restrained by law enforcement. And they also cite other significant conditions that they believe contributed to his death, which included fentanyl intoxication and recent methamphetamine use. And there was also reports that he was a carrier of sickle cell trait. Now, the case of George Floyd, I read and understand as a textbook example of biomedical racism, in that the medical examiner is quite clear in declaring that biogenetic factors, and thus not human conventions, not law enforcement, are responsible for Floyd's death. In other words, Floyd effectively killed himself. And now the erasure of state accountability in this description of his death has huge consequences for both how we understand the embodied violence of the encounters with the state and with the police, and ultimately how the erasure of police accountability creates a context wherein which the biology of victims is lauded as the source and cause of ultimately their death. And this is in many ways an attempt to locate transhistorical forces that operate independent of society, independent of policing themselves, being the cause of Floyd's death. And this, I argue, is a symptom of what Nietzsche has called Christian nihilism, and what I call life under persistent conditions of white settler colonialism. What I want to say as well is that before I go into the details of Nietzsche, in many of these cases, what happens is that the coroner reports are adjudicated in the public, in that the families of victims, if they happen to have the monetary means or the resources, have to take on an independent autopsy, most of the times contest the claims of medical examiner coroners. In the case of George Floyd, their legal team commissioned independent medical examiners who actually found that the cause of death was asphyxiation due to the compression of the neck, firstly. And then secondly, asphyxiation due to the compression of the back, restricting blood flow. And what's interesting here is that in their cause of death, they say that compressive pressure on the neck and back by police is how the injury occurred, and that the effects can only be seen in the direct encounter with the police. And this is an interesting point that I'm going to come back to, in that in this counter autopsy, what gets placed into the causal chain of encounter and death is indeed the encounter with state violence, and that this is a crucial component for understanding how it was that George Floyd died, and that one has to literally observe the encounter in order to have a proper determination of death. Now, the determination of death in this particular case, with the Hennepin County declaring that George Floyd had pre-existing heart conditions, has huge financial and political implications. What happens is that if the cause of death is determined to be something independent of the police, in this case, his poor or bad biology, then it arms the defense of George Floyd to make a case that in fact, I'm sorry, the defense of Chauvin, my apologies, to make the case that in fact, what killed George Floyd was not the police, but instead was his heart condition. And in fact, this is exactly what the attorney for the Minneapolis police officer who was involved in this, Derek Chauvin, is going to argue in the upcoming trial, that ultimately it is George Floyd's heart condition that was responsible for how and why he died. But we can see that this type of misdiagnosis and this type of biomedical racism has real lasting implications. Now to Nietzsche. I believe Nietzsche's discussion of nihilism offers tools for diagnosing how and why the Hennepin County medical examiner could declare underlying health conditions killed George Floyd, and that the encounter with law enforcement was not a causal factor in his leaving the earth. Nietzsche wrote at the end of the 19th century that Christian values formed European consciousness to seek explanations for life beyond the one where we find ourselves. This produced what he called Christian nihilism, a sustained distaste for life as it is given, substituting the world as it appears for an imagined one. The science of forensic pathology, and especially the medical examinations of Black and brown people killed under police custody, are animated by this otherworldly orientation of Christian nihilism, I argue. Now, Nietzsche's discussion of nihilism is often misunderstood as celebrating the elimination of all values and destruction of accountability within society. And many of his liberal and conservative critics, along with the recent appropriation of Nietzsche by the alt-right in the United States, view him as making a case for how the skepticism of modern science, the bureaucratic rationality of a liberal state that attempt to create equity across the body politic, and the socially destabilizing movement of modern capitalism have dissolved the social ties necessary to sustain the belief that humans are part of a grand cosmological unity created by God. Having lost our sense of the divine reality, this argument goes, we lose the ability to take seriously that life has any meaning at all. This permits, in this reading of Nietzsche, all forms of behavior, as morality now appears to be nothing more than the tools of oppression deployed by those in power. And I believe this actually to be a profound misreading of Nietzsche, even though there is evidence to suggest that he called for the suspension of our value commitments to morality and modern structures like liberal democracy. There are two problems with this interpretation. First, it overlooks how Nietzsche understood nihilism to be rooted within the emergence of Christianity itself and not modernity. In fact, Nietzsche writes in The Will to Power, it is an error to consider social duress, physiological degeneration, or worse, corruption, as the cause of nihilism. Distress, whether of the soul, body, or intellect, cannot in and of itself give birth to nihilism. Rather, it is in one particular interpretation, the Christian moral one, that nihilism is rooted. This means is economic inequality, opposition to liberal democracy, sociopathic behavior, civil unrest are the symptoms of nihilism, not its cause. These symptoms, he argues, derive from designs that predate modernity and can be found within the constellation of value judgments that sustain the Christian worldview. Nietzsche suggests there is something profoundly inhumane about the world-renouncing orientations of Christian morality. And here I believe the work of Susanna Heschel and her critique of Christian theology as a colonialist enterprise is helpful. Heschel argues that Christianity at its core is a colonialist theology, where after colonizing Judaism, Christianity established a set of intellectual structures for constructing an other who was not fully erased, but yet incorporated within a Christian worldview, and subsequently subject to a range of colonial designs that contain, redefine, and exercise this perpetual other. The intellectual and spiritual colonization of Judaism gave those operating within a Christian worldview a vocabulary, a conceptual apparatus and belief system, premised on the notion of Christian Europe as the elect people, that would aid subsequent colonial ventures in Africa, the Americas, and South Asia. Following Heschel, we can say that after appropriating the God and eschatology of the ancient Israelites, integrating it with Platonism, the discipline of the disciples of Jesus and the patristic fathers formed a worldview that denied the validity of life as it appeared on earth. Rejected were the truth claims, social systems, and belief of non-Christians occupying alternative cosmologies and forms of governance. This, of course, included the beliefs of Jews themselves, which had been superseded by God's new covenant with the Christian followers of Jesus. Christian morality not only involves a renunciation of ancient Israelites, I argue, but it also carries a more general hostility towards human conventions. And on this point, Nietzsche has something quite, I think, interesting and important to say. And he writes in The Will to Power, for it is the experience of being powerless against men, not against nature, that generates the most desperate embitterment against existence. Morality treated the violent despots, the doers of violence, the masters in general, as the enemies against whom the common man must be protected, which means, first of all, encouraged and strengthened. Morality consequently taught men to hate and despise most profoundly what is the basic character trait of those who rule, their will to power. We can find this moral opposition to human conventions in The Will to Power in John's Gospel. In fact, in John 12:30-32, Jesus, anticipating his death on the cross, is reassured by God through the voice of an angel about the universal significance of his sacrifice. Jesus says, quote, this voice came not because of me, but for your sakes. Now is the judgment of this world. Now shall the prince of this world be cast out. And I, if I be lifted up from the earth, will draw men unto me. In this Christian moral formulation, power lies not in the social systems of humans that govern the world, for with Christ the prince is cast out. Instead, power lies with God, whose kingdom appears among those who are believers and are drawn into what Denise Beale has called a new race that constitutes the body of Christ. This kingdom's power appears in history, but is not limited by it. This nation of people sits within God, the unmoved mover beyond this world. In my judgment, this moral orientation and hostility towards the world for a world beyond is what Nietzsche meant by Christian nihilism. disbelief in the social designs of non-Christian others, and the conviction that the world ultimately is governed by forces outside of our control. We arrive here at a second misunderstanding of Nietzsche and his thinking on nihilism. Locating the problem within Christianity allows Nietzsche to identify specific characteristics within the Christian moral interpretation of the world that, in his words, needs to be overcome. Now, while Nietzsche diagnoses specific symptoms of European nihilism, from my reading, this need not be white Europeans who are culturally Christian, but also racial others drawn into European nihilism through settler colonialism, slavery, imperialism, and thus forced to make a spiritual and intellectual home underneath these designs. Nietzsche's clarity about Christian morality being the source of a unique form of nihilism is generative and shows how he believed something was to be gained through reconsidering our value commitments to God and our trappings under Christian culture. And on this point, Ruth Birch draws attention to the distinction Nietzsche makes between passive and active nihilism. Birch argues that passive nihilists, for Nietzsche, take on a life of self-destruction and spiritual weakness. This passive nihilist remains immobilized by the destructive power of nihilism and refuses to establish new values and goals beyond those of the Christian moral interpretation of the world. Following Birch, it seems to me that the passive nihilist continues to be shaped by values that orient them to a world beyond where we all live. This orientation maintains the psychological and spiritual dependence on an eschatological power that subverts human control and thus becomes the inspiration for assaulting designs of those not in step with this otherworldly interpretation. Activist nihilists, on the other hand, are marked by an enhanced spiritual power and use the resolve of deconstruction to clear space for designing new values and orientation. Nihilism potentially has a transformative role, if we read Nietzsche right, for the future, and ultimately discussion of its various stages by Nietzsche signal this. Nietzsche writes, quote, "For why has the advent of nihilism become necessary? Because the values we have had hitherto thus draw their final consequence, because nihilism represents the ultimate logical conclusion of our great values and ideals, because we must experience nihilism before we can find out what values these values really had." Now, Albert Camus also interprets Nietzsche in this way, as he writes, according to Nietzsche, he who wants to be a creator of good or of evil must first of all destroy all values. Active nihilists and their deconstruction of these otherworldly orientations thus restore faith in the power of human conventions and our ability to eminently shape the world where we find ourselves. For what else does it mean to create new values than to renew faith in our power to create social conventions that inform and direct thought and behavior? Now, I want to focus on the truth of the passive nihilist as I believe it appears in the reasoning and practice of medical examiner coroners who attribute biological forces and racial traits as the cause of death under police custody. Nietzsche argues that the pursuit of a truth beyond human limits and outside of social conventions results in, quote, the devaluing of values, where, quote, the repudiated world is set up against an artificially built, true, and valuable one. Truth rooted in a world beyond this one, be it the truth of underlying health conditions or genetic determinism, is free of precisely those qualities that make us human: fallibility, perspectivism, passion, bias even. According to our Christian culture, God, genetics, or the biology of race does not and should not have these moral qualities. Within the framework of this Christian interpretation of the world, George Floyd's underlying heart condition, according to the reasoning of the Hennepin County Medical Examiner, carried out a biogenetic mechanism set into motion by his design as a Black being, indeed a design that transcends time, space, and history. These mechanisms were not set into motion by the police or the encounter with the state and its sanctioned forms of violence. Thus, the Hennepin County Medical Examiner coroner, being tethered to enduring logics of Christian settler colonialism, create a form of epistemic gaslighting that imposes an interpretation of Floyd's death that is otherworldly in its invocation of biology and not society as the cause for leaving this earth. Commenting on Nietzsche, Camus and the rebel understood what was at stake here, writing, "Christianity believes that it is fighting against nihilism because it gives the world a sense of direction, while it is really nihilist itself, insofar as, by imposing an imaginary meaning onto life, it prevents the discovery of its real meaning. Every church is a stone rolled onto the tomb of the man-God. It tries to prevent the resurrection by force. Nietzsche's paradoxical but significant conclusion is that God has been killed by Christianity and that Christianity has secularized the sacred. The stone rolled on the tomb of Christ, in my reading, is a dual metaphor. In one sense, it represents how Christian morality inhibits a type of intellectual and spiritual freedom that, if allowed to flourish, would mean the undoing of this worldview itself. In another sense, the stone, made of the earth and moved by man in service of the church, represents how the secular in the West has been configured to sustain Christian morality and its life-denying worldview. Life-denying in this context means a repudiation of alternative ways of being and the preservation of violent social conventions that are naturalized. The stone rolled over the tomb of the God-man represents Christianity's use of the secular to keep at bay the supersession of its own worldview. This is a problem of its own making. Christianity's colonial appropriation of Judaism and the simultaneous denial of its existence has oriented the faith towards supersessionist values that, if allowed to thrive unrestrained, would threaten truth. Built within Christianity is an effort to stop its own replacement by ceding the life-denying power of its morality to the control of secular forces. At first glance, this might appear to be a counterintuitive move, as secular politics are by their very definition outside the immediate control of religion and thus pose its most formidable threat. But as Gil Andujar has argued, our Christian inheritance has learned a great deal from keeping its closest enemies captive within its own intellectual horizon. The strategy involves producing a durable Christian culture whose values and orientations can coexist within secular power. I'm describing here something akin to a type of civil religion that doesn't seek the domestication of Christianity in the service of state power, but is closer to an unconscious theocracy that puts the state in service of a Christian culture that invades recognition. To continue with Camus' metaphor of the stone rolled over the tomb of Christ, our theocratic culture can avoid detection and replacement through an agreement with state power. What could Christianity offer the bearer of a stone whose sense of freedom is shaped by rational empiricism, a hostility towards religious fanaticism, and anthropocentrism? The history of scientific racism tells us that the answer was divinized whiteness, anointed by the church and secured by the natural sciences, with its long and noted history of trying to prove that Europeans are and were first people. In this arrangement, the secular insers the economic, political, and technological, as well as social conditions for the life-denying power of Christian moral interpretation of the world. Yet the nihilism of the race concept is concealed by appearing natural, genetic, politically, and biologically necessary. The world-denying power of Christianity is then insulated from detection and supersession within this arrangement. Calling into question the God who appears in the Bible or the theology of the church misses the mark if these observations fail to speak to the manifestation in society where life happens, which is to say their embeddedness within human social conventions, like the autopsy or death in police custody. What I have here on the screen for you are two images that are in conversation with each other. On the right, I have the world's first illustrated Bible commissioned by Martin Luther. And in this, we have the scene of the flood of Noah, and Noah, who comes off of the ark, is given a new covenant with God, who's represented in heaven, and his three sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, are represented kneeling with God. And in this depiction, what is noted here is that Luther, who commissioned Lucas Cranach, who was one of the most famous artists in Saxony at the time, to represent Noah and his three sons as having European phenotypes and European traits. Now, this would have huge intellectual consequences because what this articulates is a notion of whiteness as both closest to God, as we can see that the whiteness of Noah is mirrored in the whiteness of God in heaven, but also Europeans as first people, because in the logic of the story of Noah, as it becomes translated into a secular form, creates this notion that the white form is the first form, and that race itself is both a natural and necessary form of classifying human differences. There's something both innate and natural and both divine in the concept of race itself. We can see this in the work of Johann Blumenbach, who is the first secular anthropologist who creates a sort of representation of human development that puts the Caucasian as the first human type and then thinks of the Asian and the African as the last human forms. And so what I'm illustrating here is a kind of transference of this religious racial narrative that then gets embodied in a kind of secular formation, and at the same time obscures its larger nihilistic implications, with race being understood as both natural, permanent, enduring, and necessary. Ultimately, to see the life-denying designs of Christianity, we have to perform a genealogy that reveals how Christianity co-produces the life-denying power of secular formations. Camus says of Nietzsche, instead of methodological doubt, he practiced methodological negation, the determined destruction of everything that still hides nihilism from itself, of the idols that camouflage God's death. Biomedical racism in service of the carceral state, I argue, keeps at bay forms of social justice and accountability that challenge the Christian moral interpretation of the world. Biomedical racism is the metaphorical stone commissioned by the church to deny resurrection of the man-God and faith in the power of human social conventions. With the aid of biomedical racism, the policing practices of the carceral state have sustained psychological and spiritual attachments to an ethically bankrupt Western God and passive Christian nihilism. Thus, in concluding, nihilism is not simply the idea that there is no God. Nihilism, or rather Nietzsche, reminds us that Christian nihilism is far more nefarious. It involves living in a society where, after we have lost confidence in social conventions and the designs of others, we are left with the pursuit of truth that cannot be satisfied or found within this world. This has left us in a state of paralysis in which we continue to sustain psychological and emotional needs for God and thus construct explanations for life that hide the historical and social ground that has produced such debilitating needs. This is a trap. As the U.S. medical examiner system and its use of biomedical racism continues to sustain faith in the world beyond this one, it erodes our belief in the power of human conventions, and most importantly, the persistence of colonial designs with the power to take life and evade accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to just begin with a message one of the listeners sent to me asking if you could please provide the author whose book you mentioned about Christian colonialism. Perhaps the name was Herschel.
Oh, Susanna Herschel. Yes.
Thank you. And we'll take our first question from Grant.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I really enjoyed that. Looking at the autopsy reports, it's almost like there's I mean, this isn't part of your point. There's a kind of fatalism there, right? Where it's like he would have died anyway, given his pre-existing condition, or that he wasn't long for this world in some way, right? In conjunction with the presentation, it seems like an alternative way of casting the thesis, your point, is that this kind of work commits racecraft. You know, if you're familiar with the Field Sisters and their book Racecraft, and I'm wondering if maybe you could do a little bit of work of differentiating, or perhaps just relating what you're trying to articulate here with that text, if you're familiar with it.
I'm very familiar with that text. What I will say is that I think in this space, we need intellectual interventions that allow us to see the epistemic power and the force of racism and its embeddedness in multiple spaces. But the issue that I take with that text is that you could read that book and almost forget that Christianity has provided the intellectual cultural backdrop for thinking about race. And in fact, racecraft in many ways operates almost exclusively within a secular form and doesn't do, I think, the kind of cultural history of thinking about Luther's colored illustrated version of the Bible, or the TO maps of Isidore Seville that date back to the 10th century, or the anti-racist ideology of the early church fathers, particularly in their hostility to Judaism, all of which have provided the kind of intellectual scaffolding for thinking about the race concept in modernity. And when we don't have this cultural heritage, then racecraft appears to be this sort of independent emerging thing that has no cultural history, which then ironically, I think, reproduces some of the supersessionist logic of Christian discourse itself, right? As a truth that comes from nowhere and supplants a kind of tradition of thinking that are now seen to be irrelevant. And I think what we really need is a clear-eyed and honest genealogy of where these sorts of racial formations come from and the kind of spiritual and intellectual trappings that they carry. Modernity is very much a product of the Western Christian culture. And it's important we keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Next we have Brianne.
Yeah, thanks very much. I so appreciate looking at secularism and religion in this way, because it always does seem to me that the secular institutions of science, universities, philosophy, positivism, that they do smuggle in value claims, which are difficult to discuss since they seem to be, they want to claim a freedom from religion. But so I'm very sympathetic to this project. I found your analysis really meaningful, but I wanted to think about kind of when we talk about roots, because we can look at, say, Aristotle's Politics, not as a Christian document that still had a very strong sense of race, the early great chain of being. Now this became fused with the later scholastic theologians, but Aristotle's Politics, in which, the wife is subservient to the husband, that it's natural for a servant to have a master to take care of them. This wasn't rooted in Christianity, right? Christianity, it became part of Christianity. Christianity then, many, at least in the more dominant strands of Augustine and Aquinas, would fuse to it. But it seems like there are roots prior to and beyond Christianity. So how do you kind of think through this question of rootage, which it would seem that we would have resources within religious traditions to break through this, but we also would have to grapple with the fact that some of these structures of power precede Christianity but become fused with it.
No, I very much appreciate and understand the question. I think the issue of infinite regression is unavoidable. And I would also say that to find pre-Christian intellectual sources for the problems that I'm documenting are not in contradistinction or in opposition to my larger claim. I would also say, though, and this is why I was careful to talk about Christian settler colonialism, in that the colonists who arrived were not Greek, they were Christian, and their conception of having entitlement to indigenous land and seeing the North America context as a space of a new covenant with God was very much wedded within a Christian theological framework that, of course, took with it many of the intellectual sources that are pre-Christian in their origin and formation, and then embedded this into various legal documents and laws. And there's been quite a bit of research, particularly within the context of Christian slavery. Catherine Gerber's brilliant work, in fact, of that title, talks about in Barbados and within the Caribbean, the concept of whiteness becomes interchangeable with Christian freedom in ways that create legal documents that allow for the baptism of slaves, but not their actual legal manumission. And that whiteness then becomes this bargain to anchor the foundation of a slave society premise on the notion that white Europeans are the elect and the chosen, and therefore they are entitled to both the land and the bodies and the resources of the New World. And so I think we have to be, careful to say that while there are surely pre-Christian intellectual sources that are carried through modernity, the instantiation of the system of racism and white settler colonialism was very much explicitly theological and very much explicitly Christian in ways that continue to haunt how we think about race and how we think about biology. Thank you for that question, Brianna.
Maybe I'll insert myself and ask a question if that's okay. This is not well informed, as I'm not that familiar with the literature that you're working in, but I had actually never heard the term, or never heard of Christian colonizing Judaism. And in fact, like the way I was sort of, maybe taught the history was to think about Christianity as being a kind of rebellion to Jewish power. I mean, I don't know, like, so to me, to think of Christianity colonizing, maybe, I mean, it inverses sort of the history that I grew up being taught in my public education. And I'm just curious, and I'd like to hear a bit more about maybe that term and what it's getting at historically.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, I use that term following Susanna Heschel, who is the daughter of Abraham Heschel, the great Jewish scholar. And what I take your point. There's one in which you can think about the history of the early church, the Jesus movement, and early rabbinic Judaism as sister movements. But I think what Susanna is trying to articulate with this concept of Christianity colonizing Judaism is that when Christianity becomes a world religion and it becomes a sort of an established set of theories and theologies in the patristic period, Judaism plays this very complicated and troubling relationship in that the prophets, the larger kind of theological vision of the ancient Israelites are used and extracted for larger Christian projects. And yet the truth claims of the Israelites, the Jews themselves as a people, as a source of knowledge, are demonized, they're rejected, they're cast out, they're articulated as a type of other that then allows for certain forms of European Christian thinking to pattern structures of othering that then play out in the articulation of indigenous people as initially one of the lost tribes of Israel, or initially as potentially whites who need to be restored back to their original Christian form. And it also plays out in terms of the racialization of African and South Asian populations as well. And so I think what the term signals is the extraction of intellectual resources from and out of a kind of intellectual cache of ideas shared with Judaism, and yet denying its legitimacy, denying its truth claims, so as to prevent a kind of intellectual supersessionism. And so that's, I'm following, I think Susanna Heschel is really right on this point, and I think it's very valuable to start to think of this in this way, so as to kind of think of a through line between sort of the legacy of Christian settler colonialism and then the forms of policing and the forms of state-sanctioned violence that continue to use medical examiner and coroners to protect the state, obscure police and the state from accountability, and then weaponize people's bodies because they're designed in such a way. And I think the point earlier, indeed, the argument of the attorney for Chauvin is going to argue that it's George Floyd's problematic and flawed biology is what killed him, not the police. And there are many, many, many cases of George Floyd's, unfortunately, in this country. And so the work that we're doing is trying to kind of pull out these threads by doing a very careful qualitative analysis of these autopsy reports to see the kind of persistence of this form of biomedical reasoning.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
Noel?
thank you for the question.
Noel?
To unmute. Oh, sorry, thanks. Sorry, Terrence, listen, thanks very much for the really excellent talk. I was just wondering, I kind of work a little bit on Aristotle, and like, I appreciated your response that like it runs into Christianity and colonizing Christianity, and then things get a little bit more problematic. I would have mentioned there that it's just not the colonizing Christianity, but also some proto-capitalist stuff that goes across the Atlantic there. And the fact that you didn't mention that kind of stood out to me. And I just wondered if you could say something about that.
Well, I think it's in the space of 30 minutes. I didn't have time to unpack it all, but I would follow my former mentor, Cedric Robinson, whose great book on racial capitalism says that the forms of racism that were pioneered and charted out in Europe that predate the slave trade emerged in the context of slavery, and thus we can't think about slavery and capitalism and racism as distinct things, but in fact deeply embedded with one another. And so there's been a great amount of literature that actually has sustained this argument intellectually over time. And if you're thinking about Aristotle and Augustine in terms of a kind of theology of slavery that allows to think about the relationship between God, self, and other in that framework, I think you could probably also make that a through line as well. And so I think there's some there. I take the question to be, where's capitalism in all of this? And I think it's everywhere. I also think that the carceral state as a economic enterprise, particularly in states like California, is designed to induce certain forms of gentrification, to displace populations, and to remove them from a voter base so as to not make legislative changes that would ultimately undo certain forms of state capitalism and exploitation. So Ruthie Gilmore and Angela Davis and many others have written several books about this. And the practices of policing and incarceration, of course, owe themselves to these early colonialist logics that, again, are about ensuring a slave labor force to produce the raw materials for what we become industrial capitalism. So thank you for that. I think it's deeply part of the equation. Now, one thing I didn't say about Aristotle, which I think is important, is that there is a cyclical worldview under which the Greeks lived. History was not linear. And there is a conception of empires and states and governments as ultimately having their birth, their sort of maturity, and ultimately their decline, that under a Christian framework is suppressed, one, for its linear conception of history. We are progressing towards the eschaton, right? The eschatology, the end of time. And secondly, I think what I'm trying to suggest, the bargain between whiteness as chosenness and a kind of discourse of a linear conception of human history puts whiteness as the destination of all of human history, to not be replaced and to not be undone, whether it's by calling out forms of biomedical racism that undo the vestiges of this sort of legacy, or by explicitly trying to kind of challenge the, thinking of whites as more valuable than others, right? Which is what the slogan of Black Lives Matter is trying to call into question. And so in many ways, the linearity of Christian history stops the cyclical worldview under which Aristotle and the Greeks operated. And so there's a way in which Aristotle is domesticated to be a part of this linear way of thinking. And so it's not a direct one-to-one translation. There's a lot that's lost, and there's a lot that's colonized, if you will, with a kind of Christian theological frame.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you. I'm so sorry for those who are on the queue. We'll have to end it here in order to take a bit of a break before our next session. Thank you so much. That was a really fantastic talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm pleased to introduce our final speaker for today, Catherine Ritchie, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Philosophy at the University of California, Irvine. Her current research lies at the intersection of inquiry on language and the social world. In particular, she's interested in the nature of social groups, teams, committees, races, genders, the semantics of terms that pick out social groups, plurals, collective nouns, slurs, generics, and the interface between semantics and ontology. One central thread in her current research is to show how metaphysics and insights about our mental and linguistic representational devices can help inform viable social political projects. Ritchie's work has been published in edited volumes, hard books, and journals, including the Australian Journal of Philosophy, Ethics, Mind and Language, Philosophy and Phenomenological Research, Philosopher's Imprint, and Thought, among others.
Thank you so much. Let me share my screen really quick. Okay. All right, well, thanks so much for that introduction, Raina, and thank you to all the organizers and all the speakers today, and I'm excited for tomorrow as well. So what I'm going to talk about today is identities and labels. So there's obviously a lot of debate now about identity politics and labeling involving identities. So a couple of ways of framing this sort of question. Should identity labels be used? Should identities be appealed to in debates or explanations? Should these be the sorts of things we should inquire into? Should there be departments or programs looking into identities? So on one side, there are arguments that appeals to identities and labels are harmful. They divide, they trade our attention on particularities rather than universals. On the other side, there are arguments that identities and labels can be helpful or even essential. They're needed to reckon with oppression. They're required to explain differences in lived experiences, in distributions of resources and remedying injustice. So obviously there's a lot of ways in which one could try to intervene in these debates. So what I want to look at today is some questions about language. So here's a sort of general question. Would it be better to use a language without labels for identities? So if we're asking, we speak languages, all human languages have nouns and have some, sorry, my dog is like really freaking out right now. I'll be right back. Come on. Of course, he was like very chill all day and then, okay. Right, so we speak languages that have nouns that have labels for identities like woman and man and racial terms and so on, but ought we speak languages that are different? Should we be working to modify languages to remove those labels? And how I'm going to address this question is by looking sort of more specifically at the question, should labels for unlabeled identities be introduced? So you might think, maybe you think the answer to the general question is sort of like yes, but there's not going to be a good way to do it. We're pretty committed to a lot of labels already. It'd be really hard to change. There might be a lot of blowback or pushback against that. So you sort of think yes, but it's going to be really tricky. But I think if you do think the answer to the general question is yes, the answer to the specific question's got to be no, because we certainly shouldn't be introducing more labels if we really ought to be speaking a language that didn't have labels at all. So if we can get an affirmative answer to the more specific question by sort of considering unlabeled identities and harm benefit sort of calculus, I think this provides pretty strong evidence that we have a negative answer to the general question. Right, so of course we have lots of labels for identities: Black, woman, queer, American, Republican. There are also also identities that are only very recently labeled. So cis or cisgender, gender fluid, and non-binary are labels that come to mind there. So in asking this specific question, I'm going to do something that I guess philosophers do, but I'm going to be trying to think about cases where I don't have sort of good examples because there aren't labels for these identities yet at all, at least in a particular language, so in English, say. Although I think there could be examples where you might say, well, in some other language, in a language maybe you speak, there is a label for some identity and there's not a label that corresponds in English. So I'm going to be thinking more about that. So in order to answer this specific question, I'm going to look at potential harms from using labels and from not using labels. So I think there are harms on sort of both sides. So I'm certainly coming at things relating to identities and labels and identity politics from a particular perspective. But I do think that there are potential harms on both sides. So I'm going to look at those and then consider the interplay between the interests and epistemic access of the powerful and the marginalized, and the role of in-group or self-labeling and out-group and other labeling, and argue that the sort of interplay between these gives us an answer to the specific question, and in particular, an affirmative answer. So I'll argue that the introduction of labels for unlabeled, dominant, and marginalized identities is apt to, on balance, be beneficial. So the answer to the specific question is yes. The answer to the general question is no. Or so I'll argue. Okay, so how I'm going to lay this out is first, I'll talk a little bit about unlabeled identities. 30 minutes goes by really fast, so I'll say a little bit about what I think identities are, sort of adopting a picture, try to motivate that there are indeed unlabeled identities. Then I'll talk about some effects, in particular harms of failures to label identities, and then also effects, again, sort of focusing more on harms of labeling identities. I'll then look at the dynamics of introducing labels for the unlabeled, and then briefly wrap up. Okay. So the way I'm going about this only makes sense, like only can really get off the ground if there can be unlabeled identities. So there can be identities for which in some language L, there is no label. Because if there can't be, then asking this question, should we introduce labels for unlabeled identities? There just are no unlabeled identities. So it doesn't really matter what you say because it's just, the question doesn't make a lot of sense. So to motivate this kind of strategy, it needs to be the case that there can be unlabeled identities. So some people think that there can't be. So Appia has argued that there can't be unlabeled identities. He's sort of on his view of identity that involves a sort of label and you're taking on board a particular label in a certain way. So on that picture, there couldn't be, but you might think other social entities can exist without labels. So Amy Thomason and Mohammed Ali Khalidi have both argued for views like this, thinking about notions like recessions, where you might think, before we had a term recession, there had been, there were recessions in the past, even before anyone had ever thought about them. Yet you might think recessions are quite a bit different than identities. Identities are really closely tied to our minds and our experiences, and you might think that they just require conceptualization. So in order to motivate the view that there can be unlabeled identities, I'm going to adopt a view that's quite popular, I think, on which identities are conceptualized as maps. And I think this fits some with what Asta was saying earlier today about social locations. So there's a quote from Cross that's brought up sometimes as an early instance of this sort of idea. So Cross writes, "One's identity is a maze or map that functions in a multitude of ways to guide and direct exchanges with one's social and material realities." Right, so we can imagine these sort of doing lots of different things. They can involve norms, they can involve ways one moves through social spaces, ways one moves through one's physical environment, how one conceptualizes one's body and one's like the actions one takes, the plans one engages in. So these can sort of have a lot of different elements. One philosopher, in addition to Asta, Linda Alkoff's also endorsed a view of identities that's related to social locations. Obviously, there's lots of variations in these different views. But one philosopher who's argued for a view like this is Sally Hasslinger, who says the following: one has an X racial identity, just in case, where X is like some particular racial identity, just in case their map is formed to guide someone marked as X through the social and material realities that are, in that context, characteristic of X's as a group. So here she is bringing out like X's and X's as a group, right? So I think the one really important element of this, of her sort of picture, and I think of this view more generally of any sort of map view of identity, is that there's something like social and something more objective. These aren't just sort of like private and internal sorts of things. They're shaped in a much more broad sort of way. They can be maps for more than one person. So keeping that sort of idea in mind, could there be unlabeled identities on this sort of map conception? Well, to sort of push the metaphor a little bit further, maps can certainly represent things that aren't labeled, right? So via colors or different sorts of textures or lines, or how close together lines are, can show elevation changes without sort of something being labeled as a mountain or as a valley. So maps can represent things that aren't sort of explicitly labeled. So we might think, yeah, it seems like a map might be able to exist without it sort of corresponding to something that we have an explicit label for. And I think by thinking about non-binary identities or mixed identities or complex identities, which is how it was phrased in part of the discussion about what we'll be talking about today and tomorrow during this workshop, those sorts of identities I think also fit well, or can be sort of conceptualized in terms of potentially aggregate or fragmented maps. And that's something Hasslinger's also argued, where you might think, again, it's not that these are like private and internal or anything like wholly individualistic. They're social, certainly, but they can involve sort of components of maps or bits of maps, or maybe even finding that certain maps aren't fitting, but maybe but plausibly one's still guided in some way or other. Yeah, so I think on this sort of picture, the idea that there can be unlabeled identities fits quite well. Okay, so supposing there can be unlabeled identities, so the project that I'm sort of thinking through today can get off the ground, let's think then about what might come from failing to label. So there are some general effects of failures to label identities. So a lack of a label can impede our ability to collaborate and coordinate. I mean, language is a tool, right? It allows us to communicate. It allows us to share in projects. It allows us to coordinate our actions. Without labels, all of those are going to be impeded. It can also inhibit our ability to offer explanations. It can be harder to see, harder to explain that there is some sort of systematic pattern, or that a bunch of individuals are sharing in certain experiences if there's not an easy way to describe them. The explanation can seem less digestible or less understandable. There's also evidence that successfully categorizing is correlated with easier nameability. So like having a short label makes it easier to categorize. Again, maybe this isn't good, but this does seem to be a sort of general effect of having labels. And this image on the side here is a Bongard problem. So what Lupien and Zettersten looked at was how easy these are to solve. So what you do to solve it is like look at the 6 images on the left and the 6 on the right. What do the 6 on the left have in common? What do the 6 on the right have in common? You're trying to like figure out what's the difference between the two sides. This one, I don't know, maybe not too hard, maybe it is hard, but something about like going clockwise and counterclockwise. Some of them are pretty challenging, like you can look at them and just feel like you have no idea. And what they found is that if you have like a short word, like clockwise or triangle, people were better at solving them. So it seems like we sort of use language to categorize. In addition to sort of having labels and that doing some work in how we can explain, how we can navigate the world, there seem to be more particular effects for failing to have labels for dominant or marginalized identities. So a lack of labels for dominant identities can lead that identity to be unmarked. Like it's literally unmarked in the sense of not having like a linguistic marking for it or way of picking it out, at least way of easily picking it out. This can make it seem like the norm, or this is just a normal, this isn't really an identity. It's just like, that's just what a person is or something. Clearly that's false and pernicious. It can mask and obscure the way that the identity explains and how people who have that identity have shared interests. I think this relates in some ways to what Mills has argued about white ignorance. It can also make those with non-dominant identities appear deviant. So if this is the norm, then anyone who's going against it or has some identity that's different is deviating from that norm in a sort of moralistic maybe way as well. The effects of failures to label marginalized identities also show up, obviously. So one important effect is it's an instance of hermeneutical injustice. This term we've already talked about some today, coined by Miranda Fricker. She defines this as the injustice of having some significant area of one's social experience obscured from collective understanding owing to a structural prejudice in the hermeneutical resource. So she argues that this, in particular, it needs to be in the interests of the individual who has this aspect of their experience obscured to render this intelligible. So you might think like in the dominant case, there's not a form of hermeneutical injustice. There is a form of sort of obscuring and masking and ignorance, but it's not a form of hermeneutical injustice since it's in the dominant group's interest to have their identity be the norm and be unmarked. But that's not the case when we're thinking about marginalized identities. Failures to label marginalized identities can also impede organizing and fostering solidarity. So this sort of fits with the idea that, you know, language is a tool, concepts are tools that allow us to coordinate our actions. And without them, it can be hard, it can be harder to do that. Linguistic resources are also needed to write laws, to shape policy in order to abate marginalization and oppression. So it seems impossible to imagine proposing and putting in place a law that involved reparations if there wasn't some identity or some group for whom the reparations were targeted at or who they were for. And finally, this can also elicit false or unjust perceptions of who or what a person is, and maybe even shape people in ways that feel dysphoric or inauthentic by having these lack of labels. All right, so what about potential harms of labeling identities? So some of these should be sort of clear from the last few slides, from the last little bit of the discussion. So if a lack of labels masks and obscures and makes explanation difficult, having labels is going to potentially, serve to unmask, to make categories more salient. In the case of powerful or dominant identities, this can help reveal that the norm is really in the interest of the dominant group. In the case of marginalized identities, this can work to remedy hermeneutical injustice. This could work to facilitate organizing and fostering solidarity. But labels could be harmful too. So here I have a quote from another Sally McConnell-Janae, that she's not endorsing in
she's not really endorsing, but she is bringing out, I think, in a nice way. And I do think there's something that she's bringing out here that is right, as well as something maybe we want to be slightly more skeptical of. So she says, those who can resist being marked often do so. They decry labels as divisive and affirm people's individual distinctiveness. Treat us as individuals, they say. Don't lump us all together, don't generalize. So McConnell Janae is a sociolinguist, and in this book, Words Matter, she thinks a lot, which is a really interesting book, worth checking out. She goes through a bunch of her sociolinguistic research and stuff on this. So I think it's important, right, that she says that those who can resist being marked often do so. But the sort of elements of like generalization or people being lumped together, maybe people not having their sort of individual distinctiveness drawn out, I think those are probably right? Those are things that do come out with categorizing people, because you're categorizing sort of more than one individual into a social category or a kind. There is going to be some generalization for better or worse. So this is a thing this is something that one ought to consider in thinking of the effects of labeling. In-group and out-group effects are also facilitated by labels and generics. So generics like dolphins swim or dolphins breathe air. Obviously lots of social generics too, where you have this sort of generalization. So it's been found that positive information tends to be generalized to in-group members, while negative information tends to be generalized to out-group members, and labels and generics facilitate this. It's not that we don't do it without labels or generics, but it does seem like the language plays a role in it. There's also been found to be preference for in-group members over out-group members. There's various sort of memory effects and empathy effects. One's more apt to remember things in-group members did. One's more apt to be empathetic to in-group members. And again, these are sort of social psychological findings more generally, but language is playing a role in it. Labels have also been shown to essentialize, leading to judgments that a category is inductively rich. So there's a lot of, like, we can draw a lot of inferences in virtue of knowing someone's a member of the category, that they're stable, that they're explanatory, and that they have some underlying unobservable essence. So all of these are potential effects, and some of them clearly harmful effects that come from labeling. Okay, so let's think now about the dynamic of introducing labels for unlabeled identities. So we've seen that there are harms from both labeling lacuna and from labels. In the case of unlabeled identities, what's the best linguistic route one ought to take, or what linguistic route ought to be taken, sort of thinking through the harm benefit kind of calculus? And recall again that I'm asking this question in part to consider this sort of bigger picture question as to whether we should be labeling far less, or we should ideally be moving towards a label-less language, a language that never involved any labels, at least any social labels. So I'll claim, the argument I want to make involves the following claim. Whether an unlabeled identity is dominant or marginalized, the introduction of a label is apt to be, on balance, beneficial. So again, this is a very like philosopher sort of argument. There's lots of complications. Things are going to vary in a lot of different ways. I recognize that. Those are things I'm concerned about too. So if there's pushback on that, I'd certainly want to hear that. But I think by thinking through the positive and negative effects of in-group and out-group usage of language, as well as some sort of priority thesis, where I'll argue that given the interplay of epistemic access and interests, uses of new labels or introduction of labels for previously unlabeled identities are apt to have positive effects before potentially having negative effects. And things can be done to try to undermine negative effects. Some might not result. So sort of on balance, there's reason to think that introducing labels will be beneficial. So there are going to be, I take it, positive epistemic effects for the introduction of labels for marginalized or dominant identities. This just seems clearly right, given what a lot of other people have argued already. Labels are going to allow for things to be unmasked. They're going to allow for clearer explanations, for revealing power differences. They can reveal particularity of interests and that certain identities or groups or ideologies are dominant. They can alleviate hermeneutical injustice. So all of those seem like positive features. So sort of initially we have that, that these seem positive and as marks in favor of introducing labels. What about some of the more sort of particularities, sort of how labels might be introduced, how in-group and out-group usages might elicit more harm or more benefit? So consider an introduction of a label, let's call it D, for a previously unlabeled dominant identity. So other or outgroup uses of D, where those are uses by someone who doesn't have the identity that D, this new term, picks out, people who aren't members of the dominant identity group, that can elicit the ability to more easily describe and more easily explain. Maybe this can help in consciousness raising or in remedying epistemic occlusion. Self or in-group uses of D could also do that, right? That could also involve recognizing and working to change hierarchy and recognizing that particular interests have been systematically at play in reinforcing a certain sort of power dynamic or unjust social system. But some self or in-group labeling seems less positive. So there seem to be cases of focusing on one's own privilege, being sort of apologetic for one's dominant identity, maybe continuing to center one's dominant identity or the dominant group. And this image here is a photo I took on a walk in a wealthy neighborhood in LA in December, and you can see the share privilege sign, share privilege flag they have hanging outside their house. And this is a multi-million-dollar home, and presumably the family that lives there recognizes that they have privilege. They live in a multi-million-dollar home in a city with over 60,000 unhoused people. But it doesn't seem like they're sort of really grappling with that in the sort of way that's going to lead to real change. Right, for lots of reasons, as probably sort of clear. So not great. Worse, obviously, is uses of this new introduced label D to strengthen in-group preferences, to lead to more in-group solidarity, potentially leading to more prejudice or violence. And these are the kinds of things we might think of as the sorts of uses that white supremacists say might engage in. So clearly that is the most sort of negative or pernicious or violent sorts of uses of an introduced label for a dominant identity. And it seems like we see this sort of, I think you can get a kind of condition where stronger self-identification when using a label, where the label's for a dominant group, seems to lead to more negative or like more strongly negative effects. So the sort of, if one's identifying less strongly with the group, they might be sort of noticing, explaining, recognizing a sort of more medium strength, might be the kind of like, woe is me, I'm so apologetic, I'm so sad that this is the case. And then like the really strong sort of positive self-identification is seems to lead to the most negative kinds of effects. So it's to the advantage of dominant identity groups not to be labeled. So sort of part of what McConnell-Janae was getting at, right? Don't label us, I'm an individual. Just saying these dominant groups are often sort of thinking in this sort of way. So it's likely that D, this new label, will be introduced and used by others first, because it's not in the interest of the dominant group to even introduce a label at all. And outgroup uses tend to be more positive. It's going to be more about explanation and unmasking and trying to change unjust power dynamics. In-group uses are mixed. There can be positive elements as well. And the most harmful effects are likely to occur later, I take it, when there's more of a feeling of a loss of power and a sort of pushback against that. That seems to me less tied to the label itself. I mean, there's a lot going on in the social world. There's a lot going on in any of these cases. Language is one small piece of it. I think it's interesting and important to consider, but I certainly don't want to say something like language is the only thing we ought to be investigating, or like it's the introduction of this term that led to this really good thing or this really bad thing. I think it's, it's one element. So the sort of further removed from the introduction of the label it seems like the less tied to the label it plausibly is. So on balance, it seems the introduction of a label for dominant identities is apt to be beneficial. What about marginalized identity groups and introductions of labels for them? So now let's have a label M that's introduced for a previously unlabeled marginalized identity. Self or in-group uses of M can lead to greater self-understanding and diminished dysphoria. They might be useful again in organizing, fostering solidarity. They might also contribute to the creation of new groups. So I think there can be obviously connections between language, maybe not obviously, but I do think there can be connections between language and metaphysics in some ways. So I think this could lead to the creation of different sorts of groups as well. Other or outgroup uses, again, can also be positive. It could be in terms of recognition, maybe in terms of recognizing that things need to change, that that different rights or opportunities or so on need to be afforded to more individuals. But they can also involve increased stereotyping, outgroup bias, essentialism. And I think we see this sort of a similar kind of pattern where like the stronger the degree to which one sort of otherizes and takes members of the group to really be distinct and in a different group, the more strong the negative effects would be. So sort of similar as the stronger the self-identification is to negative effects in the other case. People with a marginalized identity are going to be those who are most likely to recognize what Pohlhaus describes as a tension between our resources and the world in talking about hermeneutical injustice. Those with the identity are going to have epistemic access, and it's going to be in their interest to have a tool to better conceptualize and share. So in-group and in-group or self-labeling, which has generally positive effects, is apt to come first. That's sort of where the label is most apt to be, or that's who is going to be introducing the label, people with the identity. But what about possible harms? There are these sort of negative issues having to do with outgroup bias and stereotyping and so on. So one thing that could be done is that an introduction might be as part of a set of alternative resources. So Rebecca Mason, Christy Dotson have talked about this. And that would lead to the new term not being in the sort of broader, more dominant language. So it might lead to a lot of the positive, sort of more in-group, alternative discourse sorts of effects without eliciting some of the negatives. If it is introduced more widely, steps might be taken to attempt to mitigate or stop or lessen the negative effects, maybe by working to avoid epistemic appropriation, a term Emmeline Davis has discussed, or elite capture, which Olufemi Taiwo has considered in the context of identity politics. So I take it if we ought to recognize the benefits of introducing a label for marginalized identities. And then again, recognize that language is a small piece of these larger dynamics. I think there are clear benefits of introducing the term. I think those benefits are going to come before the sort of more massive or generalized negative effects. And there can be steps that are taken to try to elicit fewer of those. Yeah, so again, on balance, I take it the introduction is apt to be beneficial. Okay, I'll just wrap up. So given epistemic access and the interests of dominant and marginalized identity groups, the way labels will be introduced, I've argued, is apt to involve more benefit than harm. So to end on a very simplistic note, should labels be introduced for unlabeled identities? Yes. Should we eliminate identity talk and labels? No. Thanks.
Thank you, Kate. So we already have a couple hands up in the queue. So Eric, I'll go ahead and start with you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for this. So I just have a question about when we have a case of labeling or not. So, so basically, yeah, what kinds of conditions are you thinking must obtain for something to be labeled on your view? Because I was thinking there are all these instances, and you seem to discuss maybe kind of some of them, where you have within a non-dominant group labeling going on, but it's just internal to that non-dominant group. It's not kind of, as Miranda Fricker would put it, in the larger collective hermeneutical resource or shared imaginary or whatever that pool is that people pull from when they use labels to pick out things generally in society. There are often these kind of subsets of society, and often non-dominant subsets, where you get labels and identities and terms kind of up and running because some need was presented or presented itself for that label. So on your view, does that kind of thing count as a label? And maybe just say more generally, what has to obtain for you to have a label?
Yeah, I guess I think that would be a label. So that seems like, right, so that might be a case in which a label is introduced in some set of alternative resources and not sort of, it doesn't get, yeah, and it's sort of within that alternative discourse in which the term is used or makes sense or is, yeah. Right, so yeah, I think that seems like an instance of labeling. And I think that, I mean, that seems like then the sort of positives that can come out with having that term for allowing folks with that identity to share and better understand and build solidarity and you know, maybe think about whether they want to organize and be at a sort of political level at the sort of state level or something, which is going to involve maybe making some of these concepts or terms available to dominant group members as well. Yeah, so I think that definitely is something I'd consider labeling. And then I guess, yeah, like what is a label or like what counts as labeling? So I'm thinking of that as involving basically like the use of nouns or like short descriptions or something, like nouns or short noun phrases. So I think there might be cases where it's like, well, we don't have a single word for something, but we can describe it in a couple of words, and sort of like maybe that's still a label. But if it's sort of like, well, if I wrote a book, I could get across a certain concept, then it seems like obviously clearly that's on the other end where that wouldn't count as being something for which we have a label or something that can sort of easily be labeled. Does that sort of help a bit? Oh, I guess you're muted, but yeah, but thanks a lot, Eric, and good to see
you. Naomi?
Thanks, Kate. This is really interesting. And this is somewhere between a question and where the question is in the form of, is this a friendly amendment or not? It seems to me there's a difference between thinking that the identities are there and we're going to, it's either a good idea or not a good idea to label them. Versus getting at something that you touched on, that is the way in which providing a label can be part of a social process to bring an identity into existence, to, you know. And so what I'm wondering is whether it would make sense not to give an across the board answer to the question, but rather to say, who, this idea of giving a label, who's doing it and why are they doing it? What's the point of it? What kind of intervention into the social reality is going on in the giving of the label, rather than we want to track the reality out there. And so I have metaphysical qualms about there being a reality out there that we can track in many cases, but also political qualms about seeing what we're doing that way, rather than saying, what are we doing with our words? Who are the we that's doing it? And why are we doing it?
Yeah, that's super fruitful and interesting. And yeah, I mean, I would like this to be a friendly amendment, although maybe not a small amendment, because I do think this is like, this is a new project for me. I should say, I maybe should have said that. I haven't given this paper before, given this talk before. So I think there's a lot more to think through. And yeah, I mean, in a certain sense, it does seem like, it seems to me like the following, this seems right to me. I'm not sure if this will seem right to you, but it seems like if there's not a label that for at least some aspect of a person's identity, they're like, yeah, that's my label. Like, that's the term I want to use. It sort of seems like, it seems wrong to me to think that that person doesn't have an identity or something. Like, it seems like there's something that's, I mean, they're still being guided in various ways. Maybe they're largely being guided like not to use certain terms, or they're sort of not norms that are guiding them, you know, not norms that are, that they feel to apply to them or that do apply to them in lots of different contexts, but it still seems like there's sort of something there. And I was thinking, at least in some cases, and I think the like, yeah, don't give a general answer. Like, you don't need to give a general answer. Like, there can be like different cases, and there's cases and cases, and some might be more like, yeah, I mean, there is an identity here, and by introducing the label, there might, I mean, it's not to say like that you'll just be like, I pointed to the identity and like that's what's happened, but like there's sort of something that's there are people with shared identity, and the introduction of the label can sort of have additional kind of metaphysical effects, or yeah, but I also think the idea that there might be, yes, I think there might be cases like that, or I guess I do think that there are cases like that, but then I think there could be other cases for sure where a label is a term's introduced for various sorts of reasons, and it needn't be the sort of like, because it accords with like real objective reality out there or something, and there's good social sort of political reason to introduce it in a certain context given certain people's aims. And then yeah, and that can be really important too. And I need to think through, I'd love to talk more about this at some point too, but I want to think through how to frame that kind of view too, because that does seem very, it seems like there are cases like that. That seems like an important thing to focus on too. And that can be another sort of case to say, right, there can be important reasons to introduce labels, and it doesn't require this sort of, yeah, like it's their pre-label, or I don't know. I'm not necessarily thinking of it as like mind independent reality, because I do think they're shaped by social practices and norms and social circumstances. So I think they're like deeply social, but not necessarily in the way that's like fits with something we have a linguistic or conceptual item to sort of pick out yet.
Yeah, thanks. I'll have more to say about this in my talk tomorrow.
Oh, good. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks.
So Anne, Gary had a follow-up to Naomi's question, and if anybody else has a finger on this, wants to directly talk about the subject, just let me know and I'll insert to you. So go ahead, Anne.
Yes, thank you. I was going to ask a question that's very much along the lines of Naomi's, but my emphasis was going to be on putting much more to the front the use of power and who's doing the labeling. And there was an old saying of Marilyn Fry's, if I'm probably the 70s or the 80s at the latest, nomination is domination. And I've always loved that. And I mean, the power of naming yourself or naming others is an incredibly important power. And not only to construct it, but your legal rights are hard to have if you don't have a category that is named to have them. I mean, it's an incredibly powerful thing. So I would move all of that early on.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
And everything else Naomi said.
Right. Yeah. Concerns about the metaphysics plus. Yeah. No, I really agree. And I don't think I had heard that that Fry quote, but I totally agree that there's a lot of power in naming and self-name. Yeah. Naming oneself.
Yeah, I think it was in The Politics of Reality.
Okay.
The book of essays.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, one sort of to say a little more about the kind of context I'm coming from, there's a lot of people doing sort of social philosophy of language now that want to say like, we should never be using labels. We should never be using generics. And they're often sort of like, these essentialize, these do all these negative sorts of things. We should never be doing them. And it seems like bad things can come with labeling, but I think thinking about, who's doing it? Is this like, I'm self-labeling? If someone's labeling you, there can be a sort of dehumanizing or otherizing or, thin slicing. It's like, this is just what you are. And I think one can do that to oneself, but it seems far less likely. And maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's not possible in the same sort of way. So this is all fruitful. Thank you.
Somebody else who had a similar topic, a similar question, sorry, to that of Naomi and Anne is Jojo. So, and Annalisa after that. Thank you.
Hello, can you see me?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. This is also just following up really Naomi Shane's question, so I can make it really short, which is why must there be a general answer to the question whether labels are positive or negative, whether epistemically or politically speaking? It seems to me that labels, to determine whether they're positive or negative, that's always extremely contextually determined. It depends on what we're using them for. I mean, all the reasons that you mentioned really clearly in your talk, both on the positive side, but also on the negative side. So why, I mean, this question could be about motivation, or it could be about the support for your claim, which is that on balance, it's meant to be positive. I'm a little skeptical about how you're calculating the unbalance. It seems, rather anecdotal, but let's put aside that. But why must, I guess this is kind of like a quasi-Wittgensteinian kind of question in a way. Why does there have to be a general answer? Or what's your motivation for wanting to have, I mean, you kind of said this in your previous reply, which is that there's this social philosophers of language who are very resisting the use or the positive benefits, I guess, of labels. But why, let me take out the motivation. Why must there be a general answer that seems to be able to settle the question of whether labels in general are positive or negative? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't think it's the case that labeling is generally positive or generally negative. And yeah, I guess Right. So I definitely don't think that that's the case. Would it be better to not have a tool to pick out something that if there really is some sort of like systematic pattern, or there really is something in the world, I am sounding very realist, and I am pretty realist, I think. If there are things in the world, it seems like useful to be able to pick them out. Or if there are, patterns of oppression, people are systematically situated in various ways. It can be really useful to have and you're sort of like, should we have a tool to pick that out or should we not? It's like, well, maybe people will use the tool in lots of bad ways. Maybe it will lead to negatives, but it seems like, I guess I just am inclined to think that that will not be like, it'll be much harder or impossible to understand the world, or to pick up on real things that are happening, or commonalities, or make the sorts of changes we want to change for in society, without terms. So I think, I think part of why I framed it in terms of there being identities that are unlabeled is like, I think I wanted to keep myself removed from the view on which like we ought to like proliferate identity terms or proliferate whatever kinds of terms just as much as, just keep adding more and more terms. Like, I think that seems sort of like a silly kind of view, but insofar as there are things to be explained and are things to be fixed, it seems useful and helpful to have sort of linguistic or conceptual tools that can be part of the process of doing that sort of explanatory or prescriptive sort of work.
Yeah, there's no doubt that there are occasions where that's absolutely the case. So I agree with you completely. It's just that it seems to me it's going to be hard to, you yourself in your talk pointed out really well, one major negative aspect is the homogenization of people who are supposedly belonging to the same population. Obviously the labels that we use in the United States for racial populations, that's clearly a point where oftentimes people who are racially categorized within one population don't think of themselves as having much in common with those who are supposedly sharing membership. But my only point is that there's no denial that there's some positive uses for having labels. It's just that I'm not sure whether, I think it's very contextually determined, and I'm not sure that you get, that your argument for how on balance it's positive carries through for all the time. But
I'm going to stop you there. So other people have a chance to ask questions too. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kate, we have a number of people still in the queue. Are you okay to keep answering some questions?
Sure, yeah. People are on the ground.
All right, thank you. Next I have Annalisa.
So originally my question was along the same lines as Naomi's, I think. And then listening to your answers to other reiterations, let's say, of the roughly same question, I wonder whether really what would be needed is a stress at each and every passage in your paper that you are talking about certain labels and not all of them, namely those that a group presumably creates for themselves and positively identify with, because otherwise you easily get lots of counterexamples of labels that seem to name identities, but maybe were created by the dominant group to label the non-dominant one, in which case clearly the label is not favoring social, or in some cases even epistemic justice. And there may be cases of faulty labels, even in the history of science, which is something that recently I've been interested in psychiatry, where clearly there were problems in categorization of illnesses that were then tied to identities like hysteria, and only women would be hysterical, that kind of thing. So, or the hysterical. So maybe that's all we need to hear from you, that you are thinking about specific labels, and in which case, maybe if you could say something more in the way of narrowing down the kind of labels you're thinking of.
Yeah, that is helpful. Yeah, so I'm thinking of labels for, so I'm going to put it in the way I was thinking of it before, and I do think I want to think more about the metaphysics of this sort of picture, but labels for identities that there are for groups that, we can think about it, I think, in terms of groups too. There, if there is some identity or is some group, there's not a label for it, but it's not sort of being created. So I would imagine in the sense of like a dominant group sort of combining various different, like multiple ethnic groups under a single like racial label or a single ethnic label or something. There it's like, oh look, a new label's been introduced. That seems really bad. I totally agree. That seems very negative. But that seems not to be the case, or I mean, that wouldn't be a case that I was thinking of as an exemplar of what I was thinking of. So I was thinking, well, there just wasn't an identity there. It's like the label's doing all of the sort of creating work by like lumping together a bunch of people who actually don't share an identity. At least they didn't before the label was created. And then maybe they do because they're constrained in various ways that ultimately like make them such that they do have a shared identity. Yeah, so I was thinking, and then it's like, well, if there's something there to sort of pre-linguistic or conceptual labeling, then in the case of a sort of dominant identity, I mean, like in the case of being cis or cisgender, it seems like, well, a label was introduced for that. There were a lot of cis people around before cisgender, that term was introduced. And it seems like good and important that that term was introduced because it allows us to, show that this isn't just the norm and allows for explanation and so on. So I think there it sort of seems like there were people who were cisgender and now we have this term. So I'm thinking kind of like on analogy with that, but it's, so I do, want it to be something where like there is something out there, and maybe that's like something people really don't like, rather than sort of like, labels being introduced and the dominant groups like lumping people together, or there wasn't anything, there's not hysteria at all, but we've introduced this term and it's now used to oppress women further. So I think this is, so I think there needs to be, well, I need to think more about the metaphysics, and then, like a big proviso or something. It's like, I'm thinking really about specific kinds of terms and how how these are apt to be introduced and the sort of, who's apt to introduce them given their interests, given their epistemic access, and then how different sort of in-group, out-group uses are going to play out in terms of benefits and harms. Thanks for those examples and for pressing on that.
Next, I have Erica.
And I'm going to keep pressing you on this. I was also worried about the generality. And in particular, I'm also worried that the solution you're thinking about isn't going to solve this, because I think that when we introduce labels, there are so many specific historical and political contexts in which that label comes in that swamp many of the philosophy of language points you're making. So I was listening to your talk and I was thinking all about the debate in Black studies, debate around the term mixed, which, you know, there's a strong, was and still is a strong contingent of people who think that the term mixed should not be an identity and is deeply problematic, right? And they think that because they think that the label reinforces essentialism about race. It suggests that Black is something pure and white is something pure and that mixed is something else. They think that because they think that when someone claims a mixed identity, they are doing it as an act of anti-Blackness, anything but Black. I'm not Black, I'm mixed, right? There were political consequences when mixed identities came on the scene. There was concern that it was splintering Black solidarity, that in fact, because of the way it was implemented in the US Census, that in fact fewer dollars would go to Black groups, et cetera. So there's a big debate about this term, this new identity. You know, like there was definitely people there with the identity. It's not the metaphysical problem. The metaphysics are going to line up for you just fine with this case, right? But the fact is, when we bring a term in, it isn't just like, does it make it easier to categorize? Does it make your experience intelligible? It also has larger political ramifications, and those are going to vary quite a bit from the term cisgender to the term mixed. It's just completely different political environments. And so whether on balance it's good to introduce a new term may just be swamped by these political and sort of normative implications. The other thing I'll point out real briefly about this case, the mixed case, is interesting because in your talk, you're often talking about whether is the dominant group introducing it for their dominant use, is the non-dominant group. But sometimes for these interstitial groups, they are dominant in some respects, but not dominant in others. It's not just like, you know, like people are a nice example because in some ways they are dominant, but in other contexts they're marginalized. And when we start talking about gender terms, it's definitely true as well. So I think that binary is going to be really interrupted when you're trying to talk about creating terms for new people who often sit in both oppressive and non-oppressive contexts. And that's part of the reason the politics of it gets so messy. So for all those reasons, I think that, like, I think that there are lots of things to engage with there.
Yeah, that's super helpful, and that seems really right. I mean, I think the generality point is something I should just drop. Yeah, it does seem like there can be cases where there are, given certain contexts and given certain historical aim, or political aims and histories and so on, really important reasons to think that introducing a label can be extremely useful. And then I think the sort of cases you're bringing out now seem to really press on this sort of idea that, right, of course, that there can be there can be lots of disagreement about the use of a term and how much how it's going to interact in these existent social political debates, and the way it might essentialize and all of those sorts of things can come out in a complicated way. That seems totally right. That's helpful. Thanks.
Okay, we still have 3 more people on the queue. Are you doing okay, Kate?
Yeah, sure. This is super helpful for me. If you stick around, but no pressure. It is Friday night.
Thank you. I have Matt Hernandez.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you got muted again, maybe.
Sorry, that was my fault. Because sometimes people, if they don't have the right.
Yeah, anyway, that's fine.
I apologize.
Okay, so I have a question that maybe you're not as interested in now based off of everything that just kind of happened, but about this inference from the specific question or the answer to the specific question to the more general question. Because I was thinking that there's a plausible way in which someone could answer, yes, we should introduce new labels, but also, yes, we should try to move to no labels whatsoever. And this seems like at least a plausible story about how you could think both those things, even though I don't know if it's right or not. But it's based on this this thing that I've noticed, particularly in the non-binary community and genderqueer community, which is that at first the label becomes really important, but once that kind of labeling practice starts and it starts undermining at least the community that they're in, like the non-dominant community that's in and that's starting to use the different labeling practices. Then once they start kind of undermining the gender binary and start labeling in a bunch of different ways, the labels start becoming less important. And so it starts becoming less about the labels, and people started losing like even a lot of connection to the labels. And it seems to just have been creating a new space for them to live in. Mm-hmm. And it seems that it's at least plausible from that kind of proliferation of labels to the lack of interest in them, that you could plausibly think that in non-ideal circumstances, we might need them in one context, but in the future, we may not need them. And so it might still be better in some kind of ideal world to not have them. Yeah. And so it's just a question about how you make that inference between the two things, given that there might be some way that someone could plausibly answer yes to both.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Right, so, and it wouldn't just, right, so if there's a proliferation of labels, so if like a label is used and then it sort of gets picked up by the dominant group, so those who first introduced it sort of drop it and a new label is introduced, I think I see that less as like pushing on the connection, but I think the other way you're phrasing it in terms of like, no, really, like we should ultimately be moving towards like no labels at all. It's just labels can be, right, labels might be part of the process of moving towards no a label-less language or something. Yeah, so then, right, so the way I was thinking was, well, right, if it's right that a label should be introduced, that pushes on the idea that we shouldn't be using a language with labels, but right, you might think, well, just like someone might say, well, right, there is the kind of like ideal, non-ideal move. The same kind of move can be made against how I was setting it up as like could be made against how I was imagining someone who thought like, really, I think the answer to the general question is like, no, we should never be using labels. But given where we are now, I recognize that this person says like, that's going to be really challenging. People like some of their labels and like, it's not worth our time and effort, and it's going to be counterproductive to try to get rid of them. So similarly, that person might come back and say like, I can make the same kind of move to what what I'm arguing, that the specific, even if the answer to the specific question is yes, that doesn't yet show that the like, in an ideal, that like, I'm ultimately or like really want to be committed to, think we ought to be committed to a negative answer to, I ought to be committed to the view that like we shouldn't have labels in a more general sense. Yeah, that's super interesting. Yeah, the sort of historical way of developing that as a similar kind of move. Yeah, that's really interesting, and I want to think more about it. I think that's a really good point. Thanks.
I had two other people on the queue, Erin, James, and Linda Alcoff. Erin, did you want to ask your question?
Yeah, can you hear me? Ready?
Yes.
Already good. Yeah, actually, it's like a version of Matt's question just now. But I was just thinking in terms of shorter, medium run history versus long run history, especially in the case where the underlying map that's not yet labeled doesn't track anything real, say like certain racial categories that don't pick out any that are putatively biological categories, but there's no fact of the matter biologically, right? But there's still a sort of social map that's given to people, dominant group given to, and then, so it could be really important in the short run or medium run or for the next 100 years, however long it takes to route out racial injustice, to label groups so that, especially by the groups themselves, to appropriate the identities and change the meaning and sort of as a kind of counterpower move, right? But But you might think that in the if assuming the long arc of history bends towards justice or whatever, like 200 years out or whatever, I don't know, depending on how optimistic you are, then you might think, well, no, it's better just to have the labels, the racial labels drop away. The one thing I thought that you could say is you could say that, well, if there is still this downside of like still grouping individuals, right, in ways that might not be like take the individual seriously, you might say that there's devices of mitigation, right, which you mentioned, which are already present, that you can eventually sort of drain out any kind of potentially destigmatizing elements or pernicious elements, and you can keep the labels. But in that sense, that involves clarifying what that is, because maybe in the long run, like labels that people now might use, like PE teacher or low skilled worker or something like that, that now indicate lower status or something like that. I mean, you might think there's ways to mitigate that in the long run, so people could still identify with their job occupations, in the long run, in a much more just world than we're in, because, people are sort of free to not identify with their jobs or something like that, or we have more flattering titles for, than low skill worker for lots of jobs, or we could just drop that term. Yeah. Anyway, I'm saying, it seems like if there's a long run bet that you're putting on really thinking that we can hang on the labels, then you have to put a lot of weight on the devices of mitigation. And then you might need to say a lot more about, this is turning into a comment in light of, but I had the question, you sort of answered my question, your last question, but well, I don't know. Is that where your bet on the long-term usefulness of the label, does it turn on optimism about the devices of mitigation that will over time be able to employ to make the labels, the identity labels, sort of sufficiently constrained so that they're sort of fine or manageable or something?
I think, yeah, I mean, I think that is one component. That sort of mitigation devices might be useful, or sort of thinking about, especially like maybe these aren't all identity labels, but thinking about, like occupational labels. And I think in some cases, those don't seem, they're sort of less central to a person's they're less visible, they're not visible identities in a lot of ways, at least. Things they're related to class maybe in some ways, so that that comes out obviously, but it seems like there's a difference there. And it's not that I want to say we have some label like M and we've got to hold on to M, it's super important. I think that's not right. I think terms go in and out of use, and that seems fine. I think, the thought was more if there's if a label should be introduced, it would be more beneficial than not to introduce some label, then that seems connected up to should we have a language with labels? You might also ask could we have a label-less language? Could we have a language without labels? And if not, then there's already this sort of viability kind of issue. It's turns out we're the kind of creatures that speak languages or conceptualize in certain ways that are going to involve categorizing and labeling, and I think that actually is true too. But I think I want to think more about this sort of historical way of thinking of it, because I do think that puts pressure on the sort of way I was thinking of the connection between the specific and general in an interesting way. Thank you.
I know a few others have raised their hands, but I'm going to politely ask that you follow up with Kate by email, because we are getting a little bit late, and I'm going to have the last question go to Linda.
Okay. Hi, Kate. I think this will follow up some stuff. Okay. I like your conclusions. And I like a lot of the mitigating kinds of considerations that you bring in. I think for me, the question that's related to some of this discussion already is what what is your view of the causal power of labels by themselves? Because it seems like the people who say we should get rid of labels see labeling and categorizing as having sufficient cause, as acting like sufficient causes, and not so that all the sort of contextual elements are not the ones that are determining whether or not labels or categories are having various effects. It's just the labeling themselves that are seen as having this causal power. So I wanted to ask you, what is your view of the causal power? Because if they're not sufficient causes, then I wonder about the formulating a problematic that's asking about labels, and related to this, I mean, I do think labels have causal powers, absolutely. And the one of the causal powers that I don't think has been discussed is the feedback loop.
Yeah.
About, we have labels and we have things. I mean, we're human beings, so labeling changes our understanding of ourselves and our relations to others. So they actually bring things into existence, and that's part of the consideration of the political effects of labels. But I think you have to really answer the question of what their political effects are with a multi-causal analysis that does not give labels a sufficient cause. I wasn't quite sure what your view was.
Yeah. It's a good question. Yeah, I definitely think that labels can have effects. Labels can cause things, and I think the sort of feedback loop or looping effect sort of idea that hacking is talked about a lot seems like a thing. I believe that does that he's getting onto something there. So yeah, so I think that is right, and I think some people who are really pushing against, so maybe it's right that people who are really pushing against labels are really thinking like, yeah, the label is like a sufficient cause. If you got rid of the label, it's really gonna. Part of me feels like a little skeptical that they actually think that, because it seems just like sort of outlandish to think like removing the label is going to do all of the work. I mean, it's sort of like the colorblind view of like ending racism or something. It's like, we'll just stop talking about it and that'll like make it go away. It's like, or we'll just remove the label and stop talking in this sort of way, and that's going to have a major that's going to cause things to change in a radical sort of way. But then, I mean, I agree that there are, right, like I said, that there are effects of, that labels can cause things, that they can, that they can do real causal work. So I think, I can see how that's not, I mean, I want to think more about this. So I'm getting a little tired at the end of the day, but I think that, I mean, I think that's an important element that I need to bring out more clearly as to how the label is sort of interacting with individuals' own conceptions, and then with conceptions of kinds or categories, and how this is going to fit into how different sort of social political contexts, historical contexts, an introduction of a label can be having different sorts of effects too. That all seems like important stuff I should be thinking more about. Thank you.
Okay, let me conclude. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to all the speakers today, especially to Kate for this very long discussion session. I'm sorry, but this really, it's really complicated to go ahead, but we can follow up both by email and tomorrow. And we're going to meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time. So thank you again to speakers and attendees, participants, and see you tomorrow. Thanks.
Thanks.